Hey there, Space Cats. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to reading? Question mark? I didn't think that one through. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't actually think that one through before I said it. Yeah. It's one of those mystery adventure visual novels. This stream is of The Devil. This has come highly recommended to me from several sources, saying that this has many things that I like. I have heard this described as being some kind of evil lesbian ace attorney or something. Maybe that will turn out to be reductive, but I'm interested, I'm intrigued, and I keep saying that I'm going to read this. And, well, I'm doing it now. So let's check this shit out. Go over here. And wait for the game to load. They've finally invented women, that's right. Some kind of screech outside. Awesome. We made this one up. Just in case you're wondering. Pure fiction. Here we are, of the devil. Oh, it's not capturing the custom cursor. Does that matter? Would you rather see the cursor for this? Seeing as there is actually like an awesome custom cursor. How cool is it? I can show you. Let's capture that cursor. It's actually still not appearing, even though I have selected capture cursor in OBS. I wonder why that is. Do I need to refresh this? No. How strange. Without the cursor, the experience may be jarring, actually. I mean, I'd rather you not have a jarring experience. Hang on, let me see if I can figure this out. Yeah, I don't know why this isn't showing up if I have capture cursor selected. Capture third-party overlays? Nope. I don't know. It doesn't want you to see the cursor, everybody. I'm sorry. We'll live without it, right? Does it need to be closed? Oh, wait, hang on. There it is. What? Well, I wasn't showing up before. Okay, well, there's the cursor. Look at that. It's a nice cursor, I think. I like this title screen. The neon pink is always a good touch. You just gotta threaten programs sometimes, yeah. Let's begin. Oh. Phone. terms. We kind of don't really have any of this just yet. Reading list. Store? Morgan time chart? Oh boy. They got phone cases? I see. Interesting. Settings. This all seems fine. Oh, no, hang on. I don't want to go back to the title. I guess you just gotta click. Continue. Yeah. Rain sizzles off neon above me. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street, and a slight blunting of the night's ambiance. Emphasis on slight. Lights, cameras, constant noise. This city's got insomnia, with the uneven heart rate to prove it. There's no escaping the secondhand nervous energy of it all, but I'm plenty acclimated. Just a wave of worry is cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides, a microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. Because if I'm not careful, this client of mine's gonna die in jail. Morgan. It's hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of doubt left. Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown and always online. Whether it's incandescent or neon or hollow, whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen, there's light shining on every last pixel of the map, and someone's always watching. Solitude's a rarity, anonymity is scarce, and criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at public defender work, no matter the hour. And should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the whole world, well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Not that there's much else I can do until... my phone? Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved. You are expected at the 254th precinct. Present your ID at the door to enter. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. I'll try. Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are gonna get busy. Episode 0. And he shall appear. Disable tutorials. I think I'll have tutorials on. It's my first time playing. The presentation on this is fucking incredible so far. Precinct 254. It's a goddamn ghost town. Oh my god, she has freckles. I didn't notice before. Awesome. Yay. With nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. I'm here about a homicide. High clearance rates be damned. You'd think they'd treat it with a little more gravitas. But whatever, if I'm that unimportant, they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. And I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line of work. You gotta spend it to make it. And if you're flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. So let's see if I can't poke around and shake some change loose. Press escape or click the phone icon on the top left to access the pause menu where you can save, load, or check settings. Okay, cool. Use the mouse to look around for points of interest that you can click on or press space to find them automatically. Earn credit for investigating anything and everything you can. Awesome. That's what I would do anyways. Credit is both a measure of your information gathering skills and your own credibility. So don't go broke. I really like this. This is cute. It's kind of nice to have. Okay. I didn't think this was gonna be this kind of game. Where to look first? Is this a icon? No, okay, that's just telling me that I'm in investigation mode. We'll observe. An actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. The museums tend to feel expensive and clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably lots of unpacked boxes. This homicide department's more like an attic. Hard to believe they were ever so busy that they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know that during traumatic events, memory formation is blah blah blah? Poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel. All during billable hours. That there's no room to sow doubt. To sow doubt. To sow doubt? What is wrong with me? To sow doubt anymore. Not when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. Cool world. Seems really good. High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishing, multiple screening stations, pragmatic brutalism so textbook it could teach freshman level architecture. You can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles. The civil planning equivalents of battle scars. From a fight won so long ago that they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built. But walking in here now, with crime rates where they are, feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. Data pad? I'll bite. Even when they're more advertisements than article, they can still be informative. In a flowery, roundabout corporate propaganda sort of way. Keep an eye out for articles in the environment. They offer insight on the world around you and your credit towards your investigation. Articles are added to your phone's reading list after you first read them. Hooray! Choose the proper takeaway after reading them, and you'll earn additional bonus credit too. Interesting. Is this a fucking media literacy test? Is that what they're implying? Okay. Subway fixes axe. City to refocus on canopy. It will be on the quiz, I guess. Declaring the subway tunnels to be irreparably flooded, city engineers announced this week that all plans to drain and repair the system are being suspended indefinitely. Saltwater damage to sensitive electronic cabling and erosion of key tunnel fixtures were cited as reasons for why 89% of the subway system was evaluated as critically compromised or worse. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of the hybrid super infrastructure system that weaves together trams, highways, walkways, and skyscrapers into the canopy high above our city streets. Interesting. Very interesting. Reaction to the announcement could be characterized as blasé. It's been years since the subways last ran, and and decades since they last ran on schedule. Most citizens have long since given up hope on them ever making a comeback. Online chatter barely reacted to the announcement, with most commenters and voters' attention focused instead on the growing investigations into Councilman Long's campaign finance irregularities. As one of the Canopy's major backers in City Hall, Long has often found himself at odds with a small but vocal group of critics that consider it to be an eyesore and an amplifier of light and noise pollution, with Long having stepped away from his political duties in order to more fully cooperate with investigators. For the first time in nearly 20 years, the typically rock-steady political foundation of the Canopy was looking uncharacteristically shaky going into this week. But with the subways now officially no longer an option, people and corporations alike have little choice for how they complete their morning commute. Wow! Sounds great! However, not all reactions to the news have been negative. At least a few bold individuals see this latest report as vindication, and possibly even a rallying cry. Already considered by many to be a rising star in infrastructure solutions abroad, tech startup Subterra made headlines last year with their radical proposal for a system of personal submarine taxi pods. They could make use of the flooded subway Oh my god. But momentum stalled when their first prototype for the city came in at a disappointing 3,359% over budget. Oh god. The one council member was quoted as calling their system mind-bogglingly wasteful and impractical in the extreme. In light of this latest announcement, Subterra has proudly declared their intent to resubmit their proposal package. Oh boy. Across the entire globe, coastal cities like ours have struggled to find civil engineering answers to rising sea levels and subterranean flooding that satisfy financial, practical, and aesthetical concerns. Historically, most scientists have attributed this increase in sea level to climate change, though there are dissenting voices. Water rises and falls all the time, for reasons we do not fully understand. Are we to... It appears that you have 0 free articles remaining this month. Please verify your account information in order to continue reading the stories that matter. This is seeming heavy-handed. in a very funny way, to be clear. This is, let's say, biting. Yeah. Ballsy of them putting the paywall there. As if I'd reach for my wallet after having to read a word like aesthetical. Besides, I got the gist of it. The takeaway is that the city will be focusing its efforts on... Oh, interesting. It's the Canopy, though. There'll be increased scrutiny surrounding the Canopy now that there's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget, lines the pockets of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment, not when Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters. Are we the dystopian cyberpunk future? Let's see, anything else I haven't looked at? I feel like this welcome thing will progress me forward, probably. It looks like there's nothing else, though. What about my terms? Data pads, mid-sized portable electronic device for use inside local networks. Lightweight portable electronic devices known as data pads have no significant internal storage capabilities, can only display what is streamed to them from local networks. Makes sense. Originally marketed as a replacement for ecologically wasteful newspapers, magazines, and flyers, data pads quickly became infamous for the difficulty and expense involved in recycling them once their limited lifetime components expired. Wow! It wasn't until they were rebranded as ideal for privacy and security that datapads found success in the private and public sectors, where their ability to display location-locked content helped corporations minimize data leaks and give their advertisements targeted geographic relevance. Today, datapads are a mainstay of high-traffic public spaces and virtual physical hybrid workplaces, despite remaining unpopular with most environmentalists and bibliophiles. Oh boy, holograms. A 3D image formed by light. Wow. Enabled by specialized projectors or mediums like conductive resin, holograms are graphic displays that appear three-dimensional to the human eye when viewed from any part of a face range of at least 180 degrees, an effect known as the Watterson illusion phenomenon. Originally patented in late 2059, Watterson's phenomenon was initially used exclusively in the adult entertainment industry. Holograms did not become widely adopted as an advertising tool until the much maligned holiday season of 2061, after which laws restricting the presence of holograms in public spaces were passed with uncharacteristically universal support. We're sorry to see that you installed a subroutine on this device to disable and highlight our recommended premium external links. We understand your drive for personalization, but unauthorized tech impacts our ability to serve you the best, most relevant information possible. Consider disabling your subroutine so we can serve you a more tailored browsing experience. This is so awesome. This is so awesome. This game is really good. So it's abandoned. It's the same. We already looked at this. It's so real. It's so real. What happens if you click lock phone? Oh, it just puts the phone away. Okay. If Twitch had popped up a disable your ad blocker right there, that would have been hilarious. God. Imagine. Just imagine. Doesn't look like we have anything else to look at. Let's go here. The medium's cracked in the corner. Looks bad, but my phone's made of the same stuff. I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. I'd probably know the warranty on one of these things with a loud sneeze. Since it's not broken entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications. Though a lot of that seems to say string not found. The desk is programmed for check-in and information only. If you are experiencing an emergency, please use our universal contact number at string not found. Great. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia always gets served at state buildings. Catatonia! Welcome. How are you doing? How has your 4-job fiesta been going? Did you get your Earth job? They invented women. That's right. Here in the dystopian cyberpunk future, not much is good. But they did finally invent women. It's good to see you, Keta. I hope Final Fantasy V is going well. Oh god, the Soul Cannon got you. So I saw you working on Sandworm. I was kind of hoping you would be okay from there, but yeah, Soul Cannon is kind of fucked too, huh? Soul Cannon is pretty fucked too, huh? Yeah, with no healing, that's really a problem. Well, I hope that you can make it work. Tonight, we are reading Of the Devil. I've sort of just started. Yeah, everybody has been recommending this to me, and Sometimes it's hard for me to get up and do something if it's not a stream. And I thought, I don't know, I thought this was the right time to do it, basically. And I do like reading books to the stream. There's a few missing persons, too. 1 year of silver plan coverage, courtesy of Caduceus, as a reward for any... Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. Alright. I've taken in all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. It booted up fine. So far, so good. Good morning! Morgan, here for the public defender contract. Could you please provide your name and... Great! Please stand still for a moment. I wouldn't call intake hollows charming, more like harmless. But that's probably what the designers were aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their tech, so long as it never speaks out of turn. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth? So far, so good, was it? Ooh, scan my card, scan my face. Hang on. Is the card something that I have on me? December 26th, wow. Well, defense attorney, she likes puzzles, smoking, wooden furniture. She dislikes commercials, hairdressers, and jogging. She can fall asleep in any position. I like that. Coffee decaf, drink whiskey sour, nice. AB negative. I don't actually know my blood type trivia. I wonder what that would imply. She's very cute, it's true. Oh right, we learned about conductive resin as well. It's an industrial polymer capable of programmed electrical conduction. Hooray! Wait, I missed that. It's what? Is it 69 inches for 175 centimeters? Incredible. Nice. It's fine. Blood type horoscopes aren't real. They can't hurt you. But this is a work of fiction. They kind of are real in a work of fiction. Like, if you write a work of fiction and you include a character's blood type, it is because the blood type horoscope can hurt you. Yeah. Why would I want... What would the difference be? Let's use the card. Say, why don't you just scan my ID card? Great! Now, could you just confirm your date of birth for me? Why do they even bother asking? My birthday's on the damn ID card, and my profile. I had to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. No problem. My birthday... December 26th. Perfect. Good morning, Morgan Counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on this public defender contract. If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to Counseling Quarter 3C. Is that what we're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room? I'm sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards. Don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They could call it the involuntary wellness check room if they like. Doesn't change the way it makes a person feel sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection dully warped across gunmetal walls. Morgan Counselor? Can I help you with anything else? This Morgan Counselor thing. Pretty funny. Choices that progress the story and choices that represent side topics will react differently to your mouse. Interesting. You can also use keys 1 through 5 on your keyboard to choose dialogue choices from top to bottom. How nice. Because of what you read earlier, you've unlocked an additional choice in this dialogue. Read and examine at every opportunity to build up your knowledge and get the most of every conversation. I love reading and examining. Why the disrepair? Interesting. Are these... Oh, okay, so no thanks will progress the story. Gotcha. Why the disrepair? I know the city's not terribly concerned with the lower wards, but this is a police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty? This facility is currently undergoing renovations. Since when? The 60s? It has been 22 months since the timetable was last updated. They really don't see a lot of action around here, do they? I'm sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered. I am adaptable. What about you? They ever gonna fix that crack? Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work. Well, that's all that matters, right? Sure, let's ask the rude question. What are you? I am a smart user interface, proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you're interested, I could send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Should I send you a link with information about our subscription packages? No. Sorry. That was a mean question to ask. That'll be all, thank you. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office through the door to your right. Thanks. But I think it's just me for now, so you could go on break if you like. Automated dependents do not take breaks, Morgan Counselor. Then what were you doing before I walked in? You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office. Through the door to the right, thank you. Ads don't get breaks. They don't get my jokes. It's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyway. That took a sec for some reason. A cave opens. Let me see this automated dependent definition. The legal designation for any intelligent electronic entity, abbreviated as AD and referred to in common conversation as ad or ads. Automated dependent is a catch-all term encompassing robots, intelligent programs, interactive holograms, and androids. Ads are present both digitally and physically in every industry and nation on the planet, assisting in everything from data management to physical labor. In the mid-21st century, lobbyists pushed through new tax classifications to define intelligent machines that were neither salaried employees nor mere equipment, because it afforded tax breaks and lighter tariffs. The term became so commonly used that it spread to all branches of the robotics industry, from which point it began to penetrate into everyday speech and pop culture. Wow! Some sociologists argue that the term owes its popularity not simply to its brevity and prevalence, but to its ability to draw a distinction between the commonplace, robots, androids, smart UIs, etc., and the internationally illegal artificial intelligences. Searching for this term may incur an account flag. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. Not allowed to click on these things, which is too bad. I didn't finish the conductive resin, I got distracted. One sec. It outwardly resembles plastic or glass. Conductive resin is actually an electromagnetic polymer used in a wide variety of stationary portable devices where its unique properties allow it to act as both a display and a processor, enabling ultra-thin or even transparent electronics. There are upwards of 100 different patented varieties of conductive resin, each intended for different use cases, industries, and environments, but they are all fairly lightweight and fragile, except for the small and handful formulated for military and security applications, of course. Because of its widespread use in high turnover products such as datapads and smartphones, producers of conductive resin are frequently accused of engineered obsolescence by consumer rights groups. Though these claims have never been proven before a court. Screen cracked? Schedule a fix here! God, this game, the rating is very good so far. Oh boy. Ice gone bad or something? Voice. No. Voice is coming from down the hall. Compared to yours, probably. Happy 13th day of Friday. That's almost Friday. That's true. Hi, Shethan. How you doing? Thank God I stopped for directions. The building this empty. The desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher, and decidedly low energy. Appreciate you worrying about me. I forbid I try to be serious. While the other rings with youthful indignation. It's not like our job is important or anything. Definitely cops. And at this precinct, at this hour, they might be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex. So why else would you bother to print all that out? One document over 100 looks the same on a data pad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in hand. Makes them think you know them better than their priest, their mother, their big brother. I wasn't gonna say that. So how many of those sheets are blank then? No red carpet tonight, officers? The good cop and the bad cop, huh? Oh, sorry about that, ma'am. We don't keep many extra hands around at these hours. Probably faster to let the desk handle intake anyway. But mostly cheaper. Yeah, good question mark, cop. Important distinction. You the lawyer? I am Morgan, Esquire. Pleased to meet you. Same here, counselor. Kasim London. And the ball of sunshine here is my partner, Farah Reyes. Ball of sunshine? She certainly is. Huh? Sorry if you were kept waiting. Chatter between departments has been hectic all night. It's no trouble. Gave me time to enjoy my cigarette. Cigarette? Like tobacco? What are you, 80? She can't be more than a few years younger than me. We're, the detectives in charge of this particular case. And it looks like tonight we're also your humble guides to the illustrious homicide department. Apologies in advance for any cobwebs. Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouse before. It never struck me as more than just some old-timer. He doesn't look that old. But I suppose being an old-timer is an accomplishment in and of itself in his profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face, though. Rigid in her posture, her attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted, maybe? 2 whole detectives working at these hours. Sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene. No, we're not nearly that timely. Uniforms respond to the emergency calls within a few minutes. Actually, sorry. I gotta check the profiles. I love looking at this shit. Kasim London. Date of birth May 5th. Blood type B+, whatever that implies. Homicide detective first class. Likes photography, dive bars, bangs. Dislikes ties, pollen, after hours work messages. Yeah. Listens to podcasts. Hobby pencil sketching. Frequently running late. Farah Reyes. October 19th. Blood type A-, A negative. Why did I say A-? Homicide detector third class, likes rice, limes, automotive history. She's the truck freak. Dislikes liars, small plates, cheap people. Enjoys watching product reviews. She's bad at games of chance. Interesting. Right eye is OS Iris Elite 86. Interesting. So she does have, wait, so she has, like, or is the patch itself the OS Iris? Like, does she have, like, a false eye that she's covering up with the patch, or is the patch the Osiris? Curious, interesting. She just got it yesterday. I don't know. Maybe, it's possible. It'll come up? Okay. Calls plural. Must have been quite the commotion. Look around. Do you think we're the first to arrive for anything? She's not wrong. They were only tapped after circumstances at the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation. Our ongoing investigation. Not very subtle, is she? But I may as well bite at this point. So, you suspect this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity? Wait, did they really not? No, I guess they wouldn't put it in a public defender's briefing. Look, consider this a little professional courtesy. A fair warning, yeah? That's the heartbreak killer in that room. And we've got the bastard dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, he'll pass this shitstorm on to some other night owl and go back to bed. I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. So perhaps in the meantime, you'd be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer. They cover utilities of the rock you live under? Is there a problem? You're seriously not familiar with HK? Never heard of him. I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. That name has been plastered all over the city for weeks. Our crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Your presumed goals flip-flopping from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. At street corners, in the media, on the net, everyone's indulging in the exact kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. But right now, I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. And when it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. I take it he's a repeat offender. Was it the killer part that tipped you off? Oh wait, I swapped which one was which. You must have at least heard about his MO. Media's gone crazy with it. Along with everyone else. One bullet, straight through the heart. Body left alive where it falls. Hence the name Heartbreak. Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word article out there, catchiness trumps originality. To get profile. Whoa. Occupation criminal, likes killing, dislikes getting caught. Favorite color, probably red. Zodiac sign, probably not into astrology. Reward suspended due to influx of false reports. Great. This game's good. We're just spitballing here. I don't know, he's a killer. He probably likes red. That's like blood, right? Whatever. What you won't read about online is that all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun. Without even needing to reload. Now, how do they know that? Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6? That's pretty good shooting, isn't it? Hitting the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. But shooting 6 people with accuracy like that, it's a whole different beast. Takes a certain kind of monster, a real freak. His pulse probably didn't even rise. I see. Interesting. Horrific robotic. What would get the better information here, do you think? It sounds robotic, but yeah, I don't know if I would tell them that, right? The tall cop is like if every part of Leon was longer. You mean, I assume you mean S. Kennedy. That's what I'm getting as well, yeah. Oh, so Landshark, did I say hi to you? Sorry. Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody who's here. He is kind of a long Leon, yeah. Lee Long S. Kennedy. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go along with the playing dumb setup that Morgan's been doing. And just say, wow, that sounds so awful. It's a pretty terrifying thought. I should really start paying more attention to the news. How I managed to miss six murders. Well, you can only blame yourself for missing 5. Pardon? You're still not getting it? HK's 6th victim was found a few hours ago, when we caught the son of a bitch red-handed. So, you're convinced that my client is this heartbreak killer, and tonight was just his latest crime. That's a serious accusation, with very serious consequences. I take it you have serious evidence to back that up? I was being literal, counselor. Huh? Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood. Whoa. That's not good, is it? What you say certainly sounds compelling. Is that lawyer talk for open and shut? But if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders? It's all there in the discovery files, and the arcs, of course. Now, what the hell is that? Augmented reality crime scene, of course. It's an investigative tool in which data harvested by the sensors worn on first responders is used to reconstruct a digital copy of a pristine crime scene. Programmed and distributed by a small number of tech corporations and frequently modified or even personalized by local municipalities, ARC systems are used by every major police force, most insurance investigators, and many law firms. Very interesting. You know, not to try shooting at where this is going or anything, but considering we're in a cyberpunk dystopia or something, this kind of implies that the corporations involved for creating this could possibly falsify information using these, right? After its introduction in the early 2060s, the technology briefly came under public scrutiny when the independent news organization United Media Casters released a series of reports claiming that ARC's data was regularly edited by corrupt officials. Oh, interesting. That's the next thing that came up here, I guess. Yeah. ARC systems, don't they make those beat-em-ups? I don't know why that was the voice I gave you. If you're calling them beat-em-ups, it should have made you sound British. That's true, no corporation has ever behaved unethically. These reports were later found to be fake, and UMC was exposed as the subsidiary of a cell corporation within Lambda Work Solutions, who were marketing a number of alternatives to ARC's technology at the time. Oh my fucking god. Okay, so another corporation makes up that this thing that probably can in fact and is in fact happening, they make out that this is happening, and that gives them like tabula rasa to just be like, yeah, this is perfectly fine and ethical. There's no way. You remember last time, it was all made up before. Board members at Lambda denounced the actions of said cell and offered assistance to their former competitors in suing leadership at UMC, but the proceedings and settlements in those lawsuits remain sealed. Interesting. I've never heard somebody say puzzle say thank you for the follow, by the way. But that is pretty funny. I love when people put em up on the genre of anything. This is a read 'em up, by the way. Join the local net on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need. I'll bet. Thanks for that, detective. I'll be sure to read it over. But if it's all the same, could I ask you some questions while I've got you here? The hell kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives? This kind of attorney. You're just that pleasant. Come on, sunshine. Not like we're gonna be punching out anytime soon, right? Whatever. Let your clients do an interrogation all night for all I care. You mean the counseling quarters? We're at your disposal, counselor. Alright, what do we got around here? I'm inspecting every last nook and cranny. Barren, stark, uninviting. This must be Reyes' desk. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single mode of personalization. Is she so new she hasn't had time to unpack? Or is she really that uptight and boring? Both, maybe. There's a lot to look at here. There's wires, missing panels, an aircon system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? Morgan's really awesome, I really like her. I expected to find a lot of belt tightening at Homicide. I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. They had a stunning clearance rate and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. Or their job is easy, but with their dear doting surveillance state eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. So Homicide ends up as the only state department with a shrinking budget. A dumping grounds for the police force's most unambitious and least popular. The highlights are good. You shouldn't have cleaned up so much just for little old me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system, or even just a stapler. It doesn't look that bad, honestly. Paper documents scattered about lazily alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or really paranoid about data leaks. And he doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better in paper, I'll give him that. Anything over here? Latest noble androids receive warm welcome. Bolstered by a strong earnings report and surging sales of the animated 16, Noble Electronics stock rose a stunning 3% this week to new record highs. While Noble's latest iteration has yet to surpass the sheer popularity of its predecessors, an increased profit margin has left Noble shareholders very enthused. Hi, Petty. Yeah, there's 6 to 7 papers in the messy pile and a totally clean stack behind it. What is she talking about? She was so mad about Reyes' desk being empty. And then, like, there's, like, some papers on London's desk. Many investors were skeptical when, at their now infamous 2084 trade convention, Noble announced that the 16th line would be the first generation of androids to feature over 50% organic components. Interesting. So-called warm androids, which at the time only saw demand in the health, senior, and childcare sectors, were looked down upon as impractical due to increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like. Maybe she was being serious when she said it was nice of him to clean up, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. While some critics voice concerns that fringe religious or traditionalist groups might find warm androids controversial, more business-focused minds feared that Noble was alienating its customers in the industrial and military sectors in order to cater to civilian consumers, users that viewed their androids from across the room and not from above the factory floor. However, as has often been the case in the last decade, Noble's doubters were proven wrong. The Animate 16 is poised to break profitability records with no signs of slowing down, and many industry analysts predict that these once rare organic androids will completely replace their more robotic predecessors in daily life within the next 3 to 5 years. As described in the earnings report, much of the 16th line's success, and indeed the success of Noble's androids in general, can be attributed to the remarkable, lifelike, personable charm of their products, and by all accounts, that charm can be attributed to the work of Noble's famous lead programmer, Dr. David Asher. Lead programmer is the understatement of the century, said Noble brand ambassador Lucy Dees on stage at their latest #Noble Industry Weekend. It's because of his Turing solution that every Noble product, from the sleekest assistants to the most advanced intensive care technicians, are so beloved and trusted by our customers. While his reputation was on full display at the event, Dr. Asher himself was nowhere to be seen. He's always been a reclusive, but he's become a genuine hermit in recent years. Are we really to believe he's still, "Hey fam, looks like you're not logged into this device. Want to put in your account info so we can help you keep reading?" God, the "hey fam" on that. Wow. He's in the news again. It's no wonder. Can't spit without landing on a piece of Noble tech these days, especially not where the state's involved. Don't know if they'll bite when it comes to warm androids, though. For government use, they're just... sounds like too frail. All androids undergo wear and tear, especially if they're directing traffic or suppressing crowds. So these warm androids bleed pink all over themselves every time they take a rock to the cheek. It's just an endless stream of bad photo ops waiting to happen. Okay, nothing else jumps out of me around here. Menus for days. Great track name. I've got a better idea of who I'm dealing with at least. Now I need to check out the crime scene data. I should have been sent a link. You have been granted access to state files regarding case KL 433511. Reply C to confirm. Confirm. You need to reply C in order to confirm. Awesome. Am I talking to a person? I am an automated dependent. Ads are usually more polite. Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences. So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. You need to reply C. C. It's case sensitive. Awesome. Thank you. Cool link. Alright, if I project from my phone. Wow. I wonder, I was kind of avoiding talking to them because I thought that would progress me further. I wonder if I missed out on talking to them or anything. Alright, let's see what the police have and what they think is important. Okay. Well, probably want to start here. The victim's body. Cause of death, ballistic trauma. Class 4 blood loss, atrium in aorta. Single gunshot wound to the heart and brief. Death was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else, and no blood or skin under her nails. Blood spatter, forensics, and all that other good stuff tells them that she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. Interesting. Can't look at the doorway itself, though, it seems. Look at the gun last. stand-up mirror, shattered and knocked over. Real glass, no screens or cameras here. It was hit hard enough to come unattached from its arm, while shards of glass were scattered, far enough to land on the victim's body. What a mess. We got something there, hang on. Ah, it's the evidence. Autopsy report. Time of death 9 p.m. Cause of death ballistic trauma. Some handwriting at the bottom of the scanned document. Same handiwork as previous 5. Lab message to confirm ballistics match 2. Okay. I'm still kind of confused. Like, I know about, like, the... obviously, I know about the concept of, like, ballistic markings and stuff. How do they know that they were never reloaded? Like, that seems surprising to me. Pieces of glass from a broken standing mirror. Said mirror was a low-tech furnishing with no digital components to pull data from. Lack of missed shots. I guess, yeah, there's no other bullets that that match the markings anywhere. Hit with enough force to scatter shards of glass onto the victim's body. Huh. Yeah, murder weapon's here. We can look at it. Just, you know, it feels like that would be the thing to look at last. As a notification hater, it does bug me. Like, it's good that the reading list is there, but it does bug me that, like, there's a dot on the thing I already read. Seems like this vase got tossed aside at some point. If there's not a scratch on it, must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. Very interesting. Anything else around here? Seems like it's just the weapon. The murder weapon, a revolver found right next to the body. 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun's been fired 6 times. Oh, the casings. Looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. But all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. So he was found by the police with the murder weapon right in front of the body. I didn't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. That's all the big ticket items. What about the security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. Not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. But no signs of forced entry only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? There's not much else flagged here. There's a lounge chair that got thrown and, whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris? Flag is irrelevant? That's their technical assessment? I guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay. That's everything that the police highlighted. But did I miss anything? Let's see. The hell is that? Something in the victim's hand? How the hell did... It's just a pill organizer. Looks like some immune adjusters, NSAIDs, and... Tripexazone. A synthetic glucocorticoid medication. Taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch. The autopsy said her tox screen was clear, but it's not like it matters. She could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city and it still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately relevant. Everything else here is all very incriminating, but the kicker is everything that's not here. Know how to place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Nothing that points towards anyone except my client. I'm gonna take a look. What we got here? The vase. Unremarkable ceramic vase knocked over, weighty and sturdy, featureless, even after tossed. Revolver. 6-chambered, 10mm, well-maintained, old. It's Flat's left-hand fingerprints on it. I guess that's the name of our client. The debris. Ceramic debris, indeterminate origin. Found on the far side of the room by the western window. Technician's notes flagged as relevant on next pass. Huh. Ceramic debris, huh? Common branded pill organizer found in the victim's grasp. I mean, honestly, considering the ordering of this, I can see how having S and S next to each other, if you have different pills that you take on different days, would maybe be weird. What's my favorite game that was designed with a capital D? That's all. That is a doozy to ask me right now while I'm in the middle of reading. I don't know if I can answer you that. Contains a number of prescription and over-the-counter medications. Yeah. Rising from mod sensitivity complications. Class are surprisingly difficult to open. Interesting. No, I've never done a top 100. I've done tier lists of games that I've played on the stream. But I haven't done a top 100. That feels hard. Internet of Things. Internet of Things refers to the network data sharing that goes on between all the countless electronics that we monitor ourselves with. Phones, computers, security systems, biofeedback devices, body modifications and prosthetics, and of course, automated dependents all comprise small but vital parts of this network. The IoT's ability to collect, process, and share information, massive opportunity costs build up as individuals, governments, and private businesses miss out on the invaluable insight that data has to offer. Wow, yeah, that's so true. We're missing out so much when we're not connected. One of the coolest ways that IoT improves our lives is through the usage of crumbs. Small packets of data containing your own unique identifying information. Throughout your day, as your own IoT devices say hi to other devices, they'll leave behind crumbs as a parting gift. Crumbs allow for paperless identification and payment and help the government manage human and vehicular traffic. Crumbs let you see where you've been so that you can see where you should go. Want to start leaving crumbs right away? Don't worry, crumbs are enabled by default. Oh boy! Hooray! Don't worry, everybody! Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account. God, yeah, it's like cookie crumbs. Don't worry, you're fucked. You get cookies, you leave crumbs behind, yeah. Well, I've done more with less before, but not much more. What we got in here? Arcs data. Let's see. Lossless capture confirms the following. Victim was shot from the room's doorway. No unexpected DNA present. No unexpected crumbs present. No unexpected fingerprints present. No evidence of digital tampering. Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna really have to sing for my supper this time. Better get start. Who the hell's messaging me at this time of night? First person who comes to mind is... I suppose it could be something important. Bread! What couldn't wait until morning? Good news, of course. Got a job for you. That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you violated parole. Well, not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks. This is something different. kind of thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and a phishing scheme. I need you to sue my gym teacher. Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. Hey, at least let me finish. What did they do? Make me run laps? Not illegal. Let me finish. They made me run laps. Even though I said I had a stomach ache. Said. Gotta be like youth endangerment. Some kind of depraved indifference or some kind of shit. Sounds like you've already got a strong case. This happened to me, no. Why would they do this to you, Gritra? Why would they make you run laps even though you had a tummy ache? Try self-representing this time. What's with the blow-off? Nice phrasing. Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. See? Is that your mugshot? I wasn't gonna not get a copy of my mugshot. Use it as a reaction. Glad you have a use case. But I'm working right now, so... anything cool? Homicide? Oh, cringe. God. Yeah, that's pretty cringe. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HBK? Is that the kind of morbid things kids your age talk about? Teens my age. And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corruption in the headlines. Old-fashioned murder like Cardi B is like quaint. It's not heartbreak. Interesting. Why'd you take the job, lol? You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? You taking up a lost cause? Probe nose work? It's pro bono. That was autocorrect. You know they give lit homework for a reason, right? This is borderline concern nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart. You're just a sucker. I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing, lol. You should go to bed, Fran. Tomorrow's Sunday, I can stay up if I want. Tomorrow is Sunday. Because today is Saturday. What's with the carpe diem shit? It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. You got school in like 3 hours. Shit. They got school on Saturdays? Wait, hang on. Yeah, they got school on Saturdays in the cyberpunk dystopia? What the fuck? Sorry, I had to mentally work that one out for a second. This really is a dystopia. Repeat offenders may be good for business, but that kid's bad for my blood pressure. Important text message, I take it. Just your typical teenage drama. So then, if you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details. Let's see. Androids and cops. Interesting. What do I start with? I guess we'll just go top to bottom. So, how about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with? Your client, Carlos Baker Flat, was arrested on the scene at 9:50 p.m. Using his middle name already, they really do think he's a serial killer. The charge being the first-degree murder of his girlfriend, a Miss Diane Dawn. First degree? That's increasingly rare, to say the least. It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. City's got damn near more cameras than people. So you gotta be really, really stupid to try and get away with murder. Well, Heartbreak's gotten away with it 6 times. So what's that make him? 5 times. And that makes him insane. I was gonna go with extraordinary. Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinarily insane. Nut jobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. So what makes you think this is premeditated? How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? A warm-up? 5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profiles. Nothing. Hang on, we got some stuff. Search terms, digital autopsy, post-mortem examination of an individual's electronic footprint. Makes sense. Law enforcement process of locating, bypassing, authentication on, and investigating all of a deceased individual's online profiles. Sounds awesome. Commonly used to seek out possible connections to suspects or other victims. The widely utilized practice has been scrutinized in the past by some privacy advocates, but many victims' families who lack the ability to find, let alone access, all of their deceased loved ones' accounts argue for its necessity. Yeah, I bet. Comparable processes are offered as a paid service by some legal or funerary groups to help next of kin recover or delete sensitive personal data. At times, these services have been marketed as defense against data criminals attempting to steal the identities of the dead before their accounts are wiped by the state processes. Users are also frequently searched for grave cobbling, how to stop stolen identity, how to delete dead profile. Great. The victim, that's pretty important. The victim, Diane Dawn, was a 27-year-old agricultural genetics researcher for Peregrine Laboratories, found shot through the heart in the bedroom of the apartment she shares with prime suspect Carlos Flat. No known connection with previous HK victims. Here's Flat. We don't get to see his picture yet. July 8th, negative. First degree homicide, criminal record, civil disturbance, twice, no charges. Interesting. Registered at birth. He's fucking... He's registered at birth, I guess. Yeah, sure. Modifications, industrial class 4, but we don't know what. Known affiliates pending, psych eval pending, okay. So the serial killer chose his victims at random? If they have nothing in common, yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than that, they all look like cousins. What? The physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown hair and eyes, about the same height, comparable weight. Well, those features aren't exactly uncommon. Couldn't it be a coincidence? If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. HK's got himself a type. Anyone can see that. You really gonna try and tell me you don't see the resemblance? A young woman, brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from a portrait, but I can take the hint. So you think what exactly? That Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly he went out and shot 5 other women first? Hey, if the shoe fits. If the shoe fits, then you put the shoe on the... What Sunshine means is that it's not uncommon for killers to displace their violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences. Drifters, loners, strangers, workers. He's probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on these other similar women. Or he's just so far gone that he can't tell the difference anymore. It's not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. They want to claim that those previous victims are practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. But if that were the case, there have been signs of hesitation, nerves. There have been mistakes. On top of which, guns are impersonal, execution shots even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Killing your girlfriend or her lookalikes usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile. If you ask me. Oh boy.
That's normal.
Seems normal, yeah. Andrews and cops. Why not? By the way, I couldn't help but notice that you're light on staff. It's 3 in the morning. Were you expecting a parade? I thought there'd be at least a few androids around. Aren't many androids in any police station this week. Not while the brass is renegotiating contracts. How is that fewer consequences? Yeah, the consequence of no more GF. I think, you know, well, we've got the whole surveillance state thing going on, right? But, like, killing somebody unconnected to you probably has less consequences than killing someone connected to you, to put it that way. Contracts with Noble? Good guess. Hardly. They're the biggest. Hardly. They're the biggest robotics corp there is. Could spend all day in Center City without leaving their office's shadow. Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here. Saves us some money on shipping at least. If these talks never last that long, I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for Noble ads by the end of the month. Even Noble pushing those warm androids? Warm? Yeah. Might as well call it the adult line. It might seem the bigger departments are out on patrol, but not around these offices. Warm or cold, there's no such thing as an android detective. Yet. Yeah? You really think it'll happen? We already use ads for patrolling, securing the scene, pacifying crowds. Doesn't seem like that big of a stretch to me. You're joking, right? Android detectives? With all the pain we go through getting witnesses to talk to us? With your warm personality? I can't imagine. A cop knocks on your door, starts asking questions. You're gonna be put in a bad mood. An ad knocks on your door, calls you a degenerate criminal in a synthesized voice loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. You're gonna start posting shit that'll get you put on a list. Well, we certainly don't want that. But flesh and blood witnesses are becoming less and less common anyway. Cameras, sensors, satellites, we already get all our facts from machines. Get it from our ears, it might make sense to let machines do the investigating too. The police union wouldn't let that happen. She needn't have specified. It's the only real union there is anymore. Of course it is. Fucking of course it is. I saw the time of death was 9 p.m. on the autopsy, but do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events? Can't trust much of what comes out of his mouth, but we've managed thanks to less biased sources. And we're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statements. So they've interviewed witnesses. Sounds eerily similar to real police work. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing. Oh, look at that. She's taken off the patch. Got it, okay. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another starting around 8 p.m. Neighbors were very clear about that part. Couldn't wait to tell us all about the happy couple's domestic problems. Everyone in the building knew they'd been fighting for weeks. As you probably gathered from what you saw in the arcs, there was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered. Yeah, but like, the glass was shattered by the bullet, right? Because like, if the shards are on top of the body, then that means that it happened after the body fell. So like, timeline-wise, if we're saying that was like like one of the only things that could make sense is that the bullet hit the mirror behind the body. Seems to make sense given positioning, right? Or it could have been broken after the fact, unrelated entirely. The shards ended up on the body afterward. No matter what, the body was on the ground when the mirror was broken, and the furniture is undamaged. So, like, I don't know. Things go quiet sometime before 9 p.m. And then there's a gunshot. Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. I think I have an idea of what this is, but... Process of macro scraping all unencrypted data in a given time and place. Refers to the process of scouring all available data posted on the net within a certain time frame and location range for evidence of a crime, an increasingly common technique for police departments, corporate investigators, and occasionally public relations firms. Interesting! While the brute force work is performed by automated dependents, either digital or physical, experienced human supervisors must establish strict research constraints in order to produce usable results. Interest in the practice spiked when Senator Bancroft positioned it as a key pillar of his party's law and order platform. Cool. Pollings indicated voters rarely held a strong opinion on the process, and the topic has since faded from political discourse. The people simply don't care. We've heard from enough concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time. Right, emergency services got a burst of calls from the block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was. The silence that followed was pretty universally alarming. Huh. So the sound it didn't sound like a gunshot? That's interesting. Officers arrive on the street at 9:08 p.m., establish a perimeter, enter through the open front door at 9:10 p.m., and then they find your client crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hand covered in her blood. Coat the suspect was wearing when taken into custody. That's true, a lot of people don't know what a gunshot sounds like. Taken by lab techs for additional analysis, but initial tests show blood on the left sleeve matches that of the victim. Okay. The left sleeve? Left sleeve, huh? I'm curious when we find out about the mods that he's got going, if anything is going on at his hands. Seems like a cool coat, yeah. Silencer that makes it sound like a rubber ducky, yeah. At which point they move to secure the scene and the suspect. Sorry, did you say his hand singular? Your client's modded, cybernetic right arm. How modded are we talking about here? Registered with a HOW 85 habless, industrial grade looks like. Says he's spec'd for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 KPA, which means a minimum grip strength of, well, basically, he could crush your neck without even gritting his teeth. Considering a career change? No, it's not that, it's just... Your eye must be very sensitive for you to put the patch back on each time. Here I thought you just had a 14-year-old sense of fashion. Literally calling her Chuny. Do you think a cop would cover up her dominant eye because it was fashionable? I actually thought the same thing the first time we met. You what? But getting back on track, that arm of his has been in the shop for some time now. Oh, so he doesn't have the arm currently. I see. Yeah, I kind of know about the mods already. Term that may refer to cybernetic prosthetics, artificial implants, neural enhancements, or any combination of the above. Body modifications have been seen throughout history, across a wide range of cultures. The modern body modification movement is differentiated by a shift from intrinsic factors, expression of identity, to extrinsic motivators, job opportunities, technological benefits, improvements in physical or mental ability. Historically, mods have been classified based on which section of the user's spinal cord the interfacing occurs at. Interesting. Thoracic, lumbar, cervical. But this system does not account for mods which interact directly with the human brain. The increased prevalence of the so-called above-the-neck modding in recent years has led to several organizations and several corporations and medical organizations, proposing their own new classification systems, but so far none have gained much traction. Users also frequently search for, can you return mods? Can you undo mod surgery? Best reviewed neural implants, 2068. Great. Sounds like there's a bit of dissatisfaction, at the least, with them. Yeah, I think London probably has no mods or anything. He's a physical only guy, it sounds like. But it's an impressive combination of grip strength, dexterity, and low cost of maintenance, and yet it's like in the shop in such a way that like he doesn't have the arm at all. The success of it and its sister products went a long way towards securing the state contracts for How Industries. Okay. He can't work with that. Money got tight. Oh, he can't afford to fix it. The arguing? Yeah. When did he put his arm in for repairs? 8 days before HK's first victim was killed. Well, no chance they'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence. Huh, interesting. Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver, and no one else's. A revolver? What kind? The old kind. The real old kind. More specifically, a Calver M54, 6-chambered, 10mm. Calver? How retro. You don't even know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin, and no tags. No tags? How is that? Just how old are we talking here? Yeah, 24/7 location data, timestamp trigger pulls, safety's coded to owner biometrics. The past 3 decades, tags have made shooting crimes very unambiguous. So you're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes. How else do you think he'd gotten away with this 5 other times? If he tried to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the first psych check. And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long as update withdrawal sets in. Before update withdrawal sets in, update withdrawal, awesome thing to have in the tech. Sorry, gotta check on this stuff. Left hand, 99.91% certainty. Rifling marks match the bullet which pierced the victim with 99.97% certainty. I like that these keep going up. Rifling marks match the bullets from previous heartbreak killings with 99.98 to 99.989% certainty. Awesome thing to have. Fire Mountain supports gun crime. It's not what I mean. No matches to any other archived forensic data as far back as 2051. Manufacturer of civilian firearms from 2031 to 2062 when it was bought out by Thortech. Acquisitions group specializing in security and national defense, now a subsidiary of the Lockern Defense Corporation. Fire Mountain supports update withdrawal, which helps prevent gun crimes. Yeah, I meant that completely seriously. Update withdraw sounds awesome. Though no guns have borne the Calver branding since production halted in 2060, the once iconic brand was briefly revived in 2071 Q2 with a series of video game memorabilia tie-in promotions meant to increase in-game item sales, before discontinued in 2071 Q3 for failing to increase in-game item sales. Oh man. The people writing this, they understand, they know. So then, M54, that's model year 2054. A 30-year-old gun? Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it? In some ways, sure. The pre-tagging firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country, and fewer still compatible bullets. The ammunition would have to be over 30 years old too. The novelty of his weapon has kept us in the dark so far, but now that we have our hands on it, it's gonna put him away for good. Huh? Archive department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig, but with the protocols they found, the techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with. Rifling marks? Bullets fired from guns that old are marked by the barrel shape. So if all 6 bullets had the same rifling marks, we know they were all fired by the same gun. It's not as plug and play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. And if that's not damning enough, the spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber. Without even needing to reload. The Calver your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women, and would a lawyer around that. I played Phoenix, right? I know what a freaking rifling mark is. Well, remember, it's the future now. And also Morgan has declared that she likes to play dumb with cops. An untagged gun. Just being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your arrest. Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... To summarize then, you believe that my client fought verbally, then physically with his girlfriend, and then he retrieved this weapon and shot her? Yeah, pretty much. How'd he look when the officers found him? Guilty. How was his affect? Quiet, detached, stiff. Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner. Now, reaction may have lost some points with the cops, but beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of unusual ways. So long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. Checking my phone here, and I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret. Let me check my phone here. We encountered an issue while processing your request. Hey there! It looks like you're trying to search for a term relating to an ongoing investigation. Until authorities have made their findings public, results may be heavily curated or temporarily unavailable. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. The less reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobatics trying to piece together a story. Yeah, top 11 theories on who hurt HK was a real weighty read. It's not just journalists though. All kinds have been emboldened. The freaks that HK's managed to bring out of the woodwork in just a few weeks. Can you blame them though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with... We know what he's gotten away with! Take a look around us, detective. National DNA registry is robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street, a phone on every citizen. Violent crime at an all-time low and clearance rates at all-time highs. But you're gonna spout some alt-Paul shit about invasion of privacy? No, I'm not. People are safer now than at any other time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along... Good point. London's trying to look like he can laugh it off. The pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need, to see someone charged, and that makes them predictable. I like these shots. Very interesting. I can't wait to learn more. Yeah, well, even if there's nothing standard about HK, Department SOP still dictates we starve the media for case details. That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get. Well, we can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place. And why is that? Because none of the shootings were caught on the opt-in crime surveillance system. Really? The opt-in crime surveillance system, abbreviated as OPTICS, is a partnership program between the state and private enterprises that allows for the free sharing of surveillance and security data to better promote and preserve public safety. Accessible through state employee logins or private partner accounts, OPTICS' smart UI allows users to search through any and collate footage from a city of tens of millions in just a few simple keystrokes. OPTICS is frequently cited in state reports as one of the most effective tools for reducing crime, and footage from OPTICS often serves as key evidence in criminal proceedings, where it is considered admissible by default. See People versus Erewhon. Users also frequently search for public safety measures in my area, daily security level. Interesting. So all of these killings happened in places that were not opting in to crime surveillance. How is that even possible? I know that there are some rough areas in the lower wards, but OPTICS is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on a camera once? You'd think we'd have let him kill 6 people if we did? I understand your concern, ma'am, but OPTICS is only what it says in the name. Private surveillance systems signing up to feed into the state security network. It's not perfect, just another one of the many public safety tools in our belt. It's not meant to be perfect. It's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least act as a deterrent. One would hope so. Fat chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions. It's like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes. Patching up those remaining holes takes effort, and that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technical details and digital bureaucracy involved. But the end result is that there are occasional localized blackouts. And the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict. I see. Oh, interesting. But those windows of opportunity are small and short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. You need to be involved in law enforcement, pub data, or city planning. They'd have mentioned it if my client was a cop, and he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. His file says he's modded for heavy mass manipulation, not tech interfacing, so that just leaves city planning. So does he work construction for the city? HK's only ever struck at times and locations where OPTICS would be down. Even with the devil's own luck. It can't possibly be coincidence. Wait, so you're saying when this woman was killed, yeah, there was a blackout from around 8 to 9 tonight. Right on schedule, so to speak. Title drop, yeah. That's the name of the game. They said they said it. Like, kind of. They didn't say the of the part. They said the devil's own luck. Which is, I mean, what the title is implying. And it included the area surrounding the victim's apartment. Well, what about DNA from the other crime scenes? Was my client a match? There's been no blood, no saliva, no suspect DNA at any of the crime scenes. What is he? He's fucking committing crimes in saran wrap? No footage and no forensics. Also no motives, tampering, or witnesses. And like hunting a damn ghost, we didn't even have a murder weapon. Until now. Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue. The balloon boy killer. Yeah. Scanners, cams, drones, forensics, no matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. Only reason we even caught him tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along. So was my client on the list of suspects before tonight? Weren't you listening? There was no list of suspects. We questioned some X's, a few CIs, someone even spoke to one or two unlisted at some point. Interesting that unlisted wasn't a search term. Nothing came of it. There was talk about starting some kind of psych eval or something, but I never expected much to come of that. There's just not enough there to work with. In other words, the only thing they have, the only thing they could have to link my client to those killings is the murder weapon. If I can jostle that keystone, then the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes you do, and the picture it paints isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think? Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. The DA is the one who gets the conviction. Besides, we're not exactly gonna have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt. And why is that? Because we found a handwritten confession at his desk. You realize it's like really suspicious, right? Well, that's unexpected. I'm sorry. You're not telling me that he wrote a confession? Has it been verified? Not yet. We have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get to the front of that line. Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprints. There's a copy in the discovery data, but I should warn you. Doesn't exactly make for light reading. I'll have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself. SIC! Oh my god. Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not want any of it to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean to at first. What is SIC? It's a pretty old school internet abbreviation for spelling is correct. You would use it if you were transcribing something that has a typo in it. Yeah. But I was hurting. Wanted you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough. Words aren't enough. I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me. Huh. A lot of questions from this. That was difficult to read. Barely legible, in fact. Well, got a spin on that? No need. But it's a confession. Not a confession that he signed, though, is it? Spelling is correct as a backronym? Wait, really? Huh. Then, wait, where does it come from, then? It's the Latin word sic, meaning thus. Or as it is. Oh. Huh. Okay. You know, that's one of those things that, like, I picked up when I was a lot younger and I've just never questioned, so... Yeah, like 6 Emperor Tyrannosaurus Rex. Not yet. And not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation. Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer. Got you. Guess you're both lucky. Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out. But I'm not so flush with work that I can afford to turn tail now. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go and speak with my client. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he? Look, counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being responsible for 6 murders. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual, and that's for your safety as well. It's kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. He's killed 6 women. None of them were redheads. Seriously, though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Camera's off, if you don't mind. Mic's on or off is your call, counselor. But we'll be watching the feed from right outside in case anything happens. And the cuffs? The cuff, that is, stays on. Do they have him, like, handcuffed to the wall or something? Like, if it's one cuff, like, how are they doing that? That worried about me? How chivalrous. Yeah, my armor's practically blinding. Gross. I'll start up the unlock cycle. He has 1 arm. No, I know, but like, how are they restraining him is my question. Because like, if you just have 1 cuff on 1 arm, that doesn't do anything. Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I'd suggest you help him sign that confession. Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But the defense part of defense attorney isn't just for show, detective. I mean it. 6 people dead is one thing, but he's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad. That's a capital crime if there ever was one. And even if the death penalty's not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not gonna like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him. I'm actually kind of shocked that they don't have the death penalty anymore. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person, and it's being challenged before the Supreme Court. Yeah, sometime in the next decade, maybe. Hang on. The notes in here. Okay. Hey there! Due to ongoing controversy following the suspected suicide of inmate J. Galay, search results for this term are temporarily blocked. Oh boy. Whew. Just remember, a plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but if it keeps him from, well, it's probably a win for your client, right? Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty, that much is true. Saves the courts a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful towards the heartbreak killer. Anyone convicted for killing 6 people, they'll never rest their mind another day in their life. Yeah. Here's the guy. Pink eyes. It's depressing as hell in here. They need to liven this place up. Carlos flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. She's awesome. I really like that. I mean, the art in this game has been incredible, but that shot of her is especially good. It's me, your hot lawyer, yeah? We've got a lot to cover, but this shouldn't take all night. What do you... Look, I already told you people I didn't... I'm not a cop, Carlos. Furthest thing from it. I'm a lawyer. You're a lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you. Yeah, well, they said that too. All of them did. Back there, in here, kept repeating it the whole ride over. They said that they were gonna help me, that they knew this was all a mistake. And they said that I killed, acting like they were on my side. They thought that I coulda, that I... It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine, and I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information, but if I approach this the wrong way, he'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions. The police already questioned you, I'm sure. But they were treating you like a suspect, not as a client. Okay. What do you want to know? Wait, what? These'll end the conversation no matter what I pick? That's weird. Let's save the game. You don't think that's true? They'll move it forward? But like, do I maybe order matters? You'll see. Go with your heart, huh? Yeah, I did already save, admittedly. I feel like... So... I'm least interested in more information about the victim. Maybe that's heartless of me. I feel like I would want to lead with about you as... you know, like establishing the attorney-client relationship, to further drive home that like I am interested in helping, I guess. But I also like the murder, we've heard about it and all, but like it would be meaningful to hear about it from his perspective as well, what his story is, because it doesn't seem like we've heard what his story is at any point during all this. I think I'm gonna go for about you. Let's start simple. Something mundane, grounded, rote. I'd like to know a bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like, what line of work are you in? I'm with city engineering. Or I was, or I should be. As I thought, the police must be convinced he mapped the optics blackouts using data he stole from work. My arm, I got it slotted for the job. And, Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. So what do I do? What do I know? Works in city engineering, not a desk job. Reyes said he was modded for work, and that arm must be in custody at the moment. But based on his shoulder, it'd have to be pretty... Utilitarian, yeah. It doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of modding. The young and the restless and the rich, swapping in neon and chrome limbs because they like the way it looks. Or the way it makes other people start looking at them. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. Oh, okay. Until she mentioned, like, looking at his shoulder, I kind of assumed this was like an undershirt. But no, I think this is like, just like a very, yeah, utilitarian red connector part for the limb. In which case, I should be too. You know, my brother wanted to mod. Really? Really? I don't even have a brother. He had everything planned out. A whole career path of promotions and bonuses and the upgrades they'd afford him. And came his 18th birthday present. Test results politely informing him that he's not a viable candidate. That sucks. I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off his chest. Like he was glad that he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense? Yeah, I think it does. I always figured if I'd start at all, I'd start small. A hand or an eye. Test the water. Never thought about lobbing my whole damn arm off, but the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said because of the NCDA, there was financial aid and resources. Of course, that got shit canned. So now me and every other modder is royally screwed. Couldn't even let me keep the tax credit. And the New Citizens with Disabilities Act was amended, not repealed. But I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at the moment. I worked the tighter spaces, the high-volt environments. Mostly canopy upkeep. Typical stuff for modders, you know. He's speaking freely now. Don't need to do much more than repeat his words back to him to keep him talking. But the right word choice here or there can still make a difference. You work on the canopy. You must be under a lot of pressure, probably, yeah. You must be under a lot of pressure now that the subways are cordoned off. Damn straight, and with this crap with Long? Once word got out that the case against him was real, every desk job in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that internal affairs is gonna come knocking if they misplace so much as a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving, no room for engineering. Yeah. And no patience for screw-ups. He's trying very hard to not look at his shoulder. Why aren't you wearing a prosthetic right now, Carlos? Yeah, that. Rejection issues starting last month. A lot of sleepless nights. So the pill case is his then, right? Yeah. Mod sensitivity complications. Rejection. Did the therapy not tank? Let's see. Process of adjusting the human mind and body for the unique challenges and stresses that come with the cybernetic body modifications. Yeah, the body was clean. Yeah, it wouldn't have been the victims in the first place. Exactly. So the pills belong to this guy. Why was she holding them, though? Typically includes physical therapy, mental technique instruction, sensitivity training. Depending on an individual's viability or lack thereof, medications and even minor viral tuning may be employed to modify the body's immune response, but improvements have been made in recent years, and medically sterile alloys have greatly reduced the percentage of patients that require such treatment. But it's not gone, obviously. It's not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my sockets or anything. Then, do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars? Not the way you're thinking. Mm-hmm. I'm right-handed. So those cuts on his face are just from shaving? Never thought this would go on so long I'd have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small. trembling, but then spasms. Just oversensitivity, they said. Easy fix. But the problem got bigger. Couldn't let it get that far. You need to be able to trust your own hands when you're on the job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment, and people could get hurt. Do people only shave with their dominant hand? Yeah. Generally. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm, and watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line. Where did you turn it in? Some mass turnaround chop shop with a waiting list like you wouldn't. Doesn't sound like you're a happy customer. Hell no! I found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait times. As long as I'm renting and not owning. The manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance. Makes sense. Submitted 5 weeks ago at a Hal Partner prosthetic adjustment clinic. Average waitlist duration of 40 business days. Holy shit. Due to user-reported sensitivity issues. Dang. Ugh. Wait, am I ambidextrous? Maybe. You could be. Yeah, right-handedness is pretty culturally forced. Not like, it's not really, I mean, well, I don't really know for sure. Hey, Imaginary Incorporated. Welcome Raiders. How are you doing? Big firm outside. Like, it's not necessarily that I don't think kids get, like, left-handedness beaten out of them anymore or anything. But, like, generally, like, people are gonna try to teach you with your right hand, and then if that doesn't work, they'll move on to the left or something, right? Yeah, I think a lot of left-handed people end up having to learn stuff like that because of how everything is set up for, like, right-handed people. I don't think it works that way, Monty. Anyways, Imaginary Incorporated. Hey, how are you doing? What's up? What were you playing tonight? We're playing Of the Devil, which I'm liking a lot so far. It is a visual novel where we are playing as a defense attorney in the cyberpunk dystopia future. Did I say cyberpunk? Did I say cyberpunk? Whatever. You know, the cyberpunk dystopia future. I've been told this is an evil lesbians game. We haven't quite seen that just yet, but I'm very intrigued by what we have seen so far. We're talking with our client right now. She's been accused of being a serial killer. And that's why I'm sitting here with this expensive-ass stump for a shoulder. I haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say my position might still be there when I got 2 working arms again. You couldn't buy or rent a replacement yourself just in the meantime? I serve at the pleasure of the state. And they've got exclusivity contracts with Hindi all locked up white-knuckle tight. Hindi? How Industries? It's the world leader in research, development, manufacturing, and fitting of cybernetic prosthetics for commercial and private use. And we're hiring! We're seeking motivated and passionate archivists, programmers, salespeople, and college graduates with degrees in digital archaeology, cybernetic anatomy, and more. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account. The writing in this game is very fun. As I recall, he's registered with one of their Habilis models. If I took one step on site with uninsured tech, forget the fines, I'd lose the down payment and my arm. I'd never work in the city again. If this was last quarter, maybe I could have worked something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their neck out for anyone now that Long's in deep hot shit. You mentioned discomfort. What do we got here? Luck poor, student debt sizable. His favorite flower is the poppy. He doesn't like musicals or cabs or cashews though. He likes airports. Interesting. Burn shoes, firm beds. I think poppy is the opium one, yeah. That's why you aren't supposed to have anything with poppy seeds in it before, like, you do a job interview or something with a drug test. Are you in pain? Pain will come and go. It's the itches that'll kill you. The phantoms come back pretty fast when they don't have anything. Yeah, I mean, I know what a phantom pain is. Yeah, brain experiences coming from an amputated part of the body. Stimuli stops coming from a part of the body that is no longer there. The areas of the nervous system that were previously devoted to processing those sensations reconfigure themselves to still be of use. Yeah, that's that Metal Gear game. Everybody went for the joke. Occasionally, the brain mistakes this new sensory processing as still being associated with pain or sensation from the amputated limb. Because of the large mental element at play, therapy for phantom pain reduction necessarily involves psychological conditioning, often the use of prosthetics. Phantom pain has become more widely experienced and understood as a result of the spread of the body modification movement. Debate over whether the modern scene has increased or decreased public empathy for amputees and the disabled remains contentious. Did you mean phantom visions? Phantom visions are caused by a faulty installation on cybernetic eye mods, resulting in periodic electrical discharge across the retina. Schedule a consultation immediately if you suspect this applies to you. Users also frequently search for "my mod hurts," "mod or itching," "is my arm haunted?" Great. Arm-shaped attached to me. Didn't they give you something to, well, wear in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out for cases like this? What they gave me is a deadweight, 3-jointed landfill bait piece of shit! Sorry, it's a very shitty feeling, having a part of your body that you know they cut corners on. It fits, it's compatible, technically. I can slot it in and feel on balance again. The fingers don't even bend. The quick twitch motors are way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep or dead. So, were you wearing it when... Ooh, interesting. Let's go with the arrest. Were you wearing it when you were arrested? No, I wasn't. But I'm pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence, so... Bronzier, 2081 prosthetic limb, an affordable model. Customers frequently cite issues with finger articulation and quick twitch movements, just like Flat did. Records show Carlos Flat was provided with this model while his habilis is being repaired, but he claims to rarely wear it, currently in police custody. Okay. Can't have gotten too far. So Detective Reyes was being quite literal about how it was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm only because at the time in question he didn't even have a right. So like, okay, rolling back to the question of like whether or not he's the killer, we have these like robotically precise murders happening, and he's got like cuts on his face from shaving with his left hand and doesn't have a right hand. The only other option he has if he was using the prosthetic it can't even bend the fingers? How is he, like, I know that, like, he was there. I understand that they have bagged him because he was there, but, like, that sounds like he literally couldn't have done it. Hasn't had a good right hand for weeks. Like, literally, like, one of the things that we have about this is that it was, like, what, 8 weeks before the murders that the killing started? Or rather, 8 weeks before the murders that his prosthetic was turned in, right? The gun has prints, but was it specified what hand held it? No. It would be crazy if they were somehow right hand prints. How, like, that would be, like, mega forged, but how would you forge that at this point, right? Yeah, we already know the police are really concerned with closing the case. What a wild fictional world we're in, yeah. No inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up about as well as can be expected. But this has all just been a warm-up for the both of us. Now comes the delicate part. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you two know each other?
Right. I've known her since college. We shared a few classes, some mutual friends, always got along. Eventually we just got together at some point. I guess I never really asked her out the real formal way.
Formal way? Excuse me.
Sounds pretty cowardly saying that out loud. Diane, she was in genetics. Focus your studies on agriculture.
It always takes them a few tries to get used to using past tense.
Just finished her post-grad work this year. Got hired right out of the gate. Practically headhunted, you believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company would be lucky to have her. Like, it was a real-ass job. Paid real-ass money, too.
So her career was starting to pan out, right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired?
Pedigree? No. Peregree Laboratories. I say that like the name matters. The whole setup's under Harco's umbrella.
That doesn't narrow it down. The Harvest Corporation grows 1/3 of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no corporation earns the mega prefix without a little throat cutting, but Harco is about as tame as big business can get. Predictable like the seasons. No one's gonna buy that they had some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. Had she adjusted well to her new job?
Yeah, they loved having her there.
She never mentioned arguments or disputes? Corporate politics getting rough?
I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener lately. But I never got the impression that she... Look, no one I know could do this to her. There's nothing she could have done that would deserve what happened to her.
There's a long shot hoping for disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto. But with no other suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I'll have to disprove their argument entirely. I mean, I think I have a pretty good idea of how to disprove their argument, at least. Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful.
It was?
Now I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight.
Oh.
Start at the beginning. Take your time. The details are important.
Alright, Miss,
Morgan. Do we have a last name? Sorry, I just realized. We sure don't. Yeah.
I'll try, Morgan.
Yeah, counselor, exactly. When you're ready.
We were arguing.
Yeah, Morgan of the Devil, exactly.
We've been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. I haven't been working, haven't been making money. Haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself. More than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous of her nothing. Jealous of her goddamn money.
The reports say you were arguing around 8 p.m.
8? Yeah, it must have been when we started. We got into it and I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have. And I said one thing that I really, really shouldn't have. I crossed the line. We both knew it. So I left.
You left?
Yeah, walked out the front door. Thought some fresh air might help me cool off. Help me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid. Thick like mud. Humble was pissing away the time Diane was...
Did you bring your phone with you or any other electronics?
No. I kind of stormed off. Didn't even take my key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me.
With optics down, traffic and street level cameras won't help him. That leaves... Did you go through a checkpoint or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything, cash or credit?
No, not even a vending machine.
Not even a damn vending machine, huh? I may have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky?
That's quite unfortunate. Just wanted quiet at the time. Wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I don't have all the details quite right. My head is... But if my exact route would help, the cam's probably... What is it?
So he literally isn't aware.
Optics was what? Can that even happen?
And there's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning you've got no alibi.
This can't... Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't...
Carlos. I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. So let's just get it all out there and see what we've got to work with.
Right.
Now, you said you left to clear your head. So what made you come back?
I came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. Didn't know what it was. But it was loud and it scared me. It came from the direction of our apartment. I was walking back at first. But at some point I must have started running, because when I got back I was so out of breath. And when I saw that the front door was open, something dropped in my chest and my lungs wouldn't...
You live on the first floor, right?
Yeah, first floor apartment, street facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in. Like it was some kind of big deal. In the hallway I saw her, but I didn't realize. I never thought that she was... The lights were off, the whole room was a mess. I thought we'd been robbed, or she fell, or... There was broken glass, furniture knocked over. And she was... I called her name and she didn't move. I checked her pulse and she was still warm. Her blood was warm. And I saw... the gun. It looked so heavy, but I thought it had to be fake because I didn't want it to be real.
Is that why you picked it up?
What? Pick it up? I didn't touch that thing! I didn't shoot her, damn it!
Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies, bad lies especially. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie. But it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's nervous and defensive. And none of this works if he doesn't trust me. Stay up to date on the details of all evidence by checking your phone. If your clients notice that you don't know what you're talking about, they'll stop giving you any credit. Well, I mean, we've got the fingerprints on the gun. We have that revolver, Bear's fingerprints marching. Yeah, it's his left hand, unfortunately. Yeah, the cutaways are really good. Quite unfortunate that it is his left hand. This guy got a twin somewhere? Do twins have the same fingerprints? I think that came up in Ace Attorney 6, but I don't remember in what way. And they probably made that up. Yeah, though, that's the thing, is that, like, he can't have used a gun with such precision with his left hand either way. It doesn't make any sense. You did touch the gun, Carlos. That's just a fact, because it's a fact that your fingerprints are on that gun. What? But I didn't do this. I wasn't thinking. I was just... Carlos, all I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all. Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun? That explains how his print got on the gun. But not in a way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all he did was hold the gun... So stupid. I know what a gun looks like. But seeing it in my own home, right in front of... You were in shock, Carlos. You still are. The police came in sometime after that. I don't remember much of what they said. Things started moving fast, it seemed like. The rest of my night went probably the way you'd expect. Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane, but you said you were surprised to see the room thrash when you got back. To clarify, you're saying that you two never had a physical fight. What? We never fought. We never fought like that. Did the police say that we did? They assumed as much. Which means they also assumed the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred. That's definitely not the case. Considering what Carlos has told me, what else did they assume? What is it? I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene. By the way, I haven't been mentioning it, but I really like the effect of, like, the color in Morgan's eyes going away when she's thinking. It's quite cool. Oh. It's an AR module built from data taken as the police entered, so... right, it's just that. It's just data, Carlos. No grisly details. Okay. Let me see it. Take your time. Alright, I think I got it. That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when he left. Shouldn't we have done this exercise before you like, showed it to him? I feel like that would, like, influence his memories. Try and focus on what's out of place. Alright. I'll take notes. You just say whatever comes to mind. I don't remember exactly where everything was. But, well, the mirror was upright, of course. And that clock was still on the wall. A chair got knocked over at some point. The bed got tossed, the cushions torn, and the urn fell. Other than that, it's an urn? There's no way that that fell over in a physical altercation. No, sorry, that's all that stands out to me. I see. Like so? Awesome! Morgan, you're a wonderful artist. What's wrong? Something out of place? Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up. I like how she's completely sparklingly confident in her drawing. It's just, I guess I assumed your notes would be making edits to the AR. Well, I suppose that works too. Sorry, I didn't mean... Hang on, let's take a look at this. Okay, yeah. Nothing particularly new information-wise here. Sorry, I didn't mean...
I think your drawing was pretty good considering... I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos. Right. Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk. Letter? What do you mean? I mean this letter here. Do you recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession. A confession? But this is just a note to self! Pardon? Yeah, it didn't seem like a confession to me. It seemed like he was just sad. Especially, this is the autopsy report. Where's the note? Yeah. Like, it feels like he was just, like, writing out what he was going to say. Or something. I'm very curious what he broke. You said he didn't hurt her. And it sounds like he probably didn't, but he broke something, apparently. Like, to be perfectly honest, like, wish I hadn't broken them. This does not read at all like a confession of murder to me. This sounds like maybe he, like, he threw a plate or something, but we don't even know anything about that. Look, when we fight, I lose my temper, say things I don't mean to. But this morning I tried writing things down so I'd have a script to stick to, so I could apologize to her instead of just fighting with her. Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them? I broke her fidget tubbies. Her what? Her what? Her fidget tubbies. These are awesome. These are awesome. Yeah, he crushed her precious antique amiibos. Really good music change with this image. They're these collectible ceramic character things. They're supposed to be like tactile? You use them as paperweights or conversation starters. Conversation starters? The song is feeling kind of loud. Hang on. It is good, but I gotta bump it down a bit, I think. That's a little better. She loves those little things. They're not worth a damn, but you can buy them at any flea market or garage sale, but they meant a lot to her. And I broke them. See those fidget tubbies? Collectible and fragile ceramic conversation starters. The victim's personal collection was pulverized by Carlos Flat's replacement prosthetic arm the morning of the murder. Evidently an acquired taste. I mean, I was pissy at the time, but that goddamn piece of shit rental arm, I hardly know where I'm swinging it half the time. I got so angry I just ripped it off and tossed it in my room. That cheap, dusty, worthless. Okay. Okay, let's say he did break her Frigiduckies with his replacement arm. What does that change? Nothing at the moment. There's not enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it. But if the police insist on claiming it's a confession for the heartbreak killings anyway, couldn't even bother to sweep them up. I felt so... Alright, Carlos. Thanks for answering my questions. Now I'm gonna call the police back in here, and I'm gonna get this cleared up for you. What? That's it? That's it? Oh, okay. Although before I do that, I do have to ask, what do you know about the Heartbreak Killer? Interesting. Heartbreak? You mean that psycho that was trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. I haven't been getting out much, but I'm sure everybody's on edge. A guy like that out there, he shoots people through the heart, right? The police have kept the victim's appearances far away from any upstanding news sources, so unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend. I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that's just... That doesn't mean anything, does it? If he's this slow in the uptake, it's gonna be a real shock when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. We'll just have to squash that theory as quickly and definitively as possible. Well, that's very doable, I think. You know, I'm out of water. So I think I'm gonna get up for a sec before we scene transition and fill that up. Okay? I'll see you in a sec, everybody. Whoosh.
Don't party just yet.
Ewell leaps into the sky and turns the ball into a glowing orb.
Head to the Wave Ocean, head to Wave Ocean immediately. Head to Wave Ocean immediately.
When in a ball, when in a ball,
Wonderful! Beautiful! Let's dancing!
Guilty!
Kill your friends guilt-free.
Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba.
Mankind knew that they cannot change society. So instead of reflecting on themselves, they blamed the beasts.
Let's get it on. Let's get sweaty.
Yahoy! Batura!
Stay tuned.
I'm back. Howdy, everybody. I didn't realize you could smoke in here.
Okay.
Let's see if you can clear this awesome game.
Yeah, let's see if I can clear this awesome game. You're right. Technically, I can smoke wherever I want.
Ba 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 ba.
For a fee. I like the smoking in a non-smoking area cutaway. I guess so. Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock. Right. I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this. No, of course not. It will be my first homicide defense, though. Really? Oh. Why does everyone always think the first time's so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up. I've got relevant experience in other areas. Oh. And, what areas are those? You ever gamble, Carlos? No, ma'am. I never go anywhere near loot box. I won't touch this stuff. I meant more like playing cards. Oh, well then, no to that too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck. Yeah, we can tell, Carlos. I don't do gacha, ma'am. This guy is quite innocent, honestly. Could have fooled me. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice, because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win. Which makes things pretty fun. Okay, so, you got a good poker face? I like to think so. And, are you lucky? Only when the stakes are high. And, in this metaphor, we're playing poker and the state's the dealer? If only. No, the state's more like the house. You mean like the house always wins? Yeah. They're very good at it. Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there and we're down here. And that's why they're the house. So what do? We play the cards we're dealt, as best we can. Win more hands than we lose. Keep it up and eventually someone will come over, tap the dealer on the shoulder, and whisper something in their ear. And then we'll be politely asked to leave. That doesn't sound very triumphant. The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like, don't lose.
Thanks, Morgan. But I guess I was more asking, like, what should I say?
Just leave all the talking to me.
So that's the strategy. What's up?
You know, there's a saying about gamblers' strategies. Yo, ready to confess yet? 'Cause I already woke up the DA.
Already? She must be now.
The district attorneys have final say on whether or not a case is brought to trial. Only fair, since they're the ones who end up having to actually prove the damn thing. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over long, protracted trials, and they all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately, then, you'll have to call them back, because my client is not guilty, and frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here.
Right! What she said!
You got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Different generations, I guess. Before my time, kind of thing. I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective.
Counselor, we have your client's written confession.
His written confession. Let's start there.
Okay, well...
We'll be happy to! The thrust of every argument starts with the facts, what's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table. It's pretty simple, counselor. Real paint-by-numbers stuff. See, we found a note at his apartment with his fingerprints on it, apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. And now, how are you planning on spinning that? Those are the facts. But I've been building up my hand all night. And now I've got the weapons to answer anything they try and throw at me. Well? My client did write that note, and it was an apology, but not for murder. He was apologizing for... Analyze the facts that are laid out, then thumb through the responses in your hand. Drag and drop the card that best answers the argument into the slot on the right. You can mouse over your opponent's portrait for a reminder on what key point you're answering. Oh, that's nice. He wrote a confession. Ah, the ceramic crap, of course. Yeah, that's the... I didn't put that together until just now. But yeah, that's the Funko Pops. He was simply apologizing for this. The hell is that? I found myself asking that exact same question.
What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene?
This diagram of the room, it's created from data you captured, right?
Pure non-GMO augmented reality crime scene data, yeah.
What's non-GMO?
Not much these days.
Notice anything out of place? He definitely is like a physical shit only guy. Yeah, the whole room's full of busted shit. It's the scene of a murder. Full of busted shit for sure. But I was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found in the western side of the room. The hell is that?
Ceramic debris, huh? Must be from the vase that got tossed.
Actually, that's not possible.
Oh?
Because that vase isn't damaged. It's not possible for that debris to have come from the vase, because that vase is still pristine. How is that?
How is that possible?
What? Oh, the game held for a second. That was scary. What's going on? Okay, just loading. Oh, it was reloading the background. Okay, gotcha.
The lady at the garage sale told me it was so old and delicate. Damn it, the one time I tried and thrift shopped on my own.
Well, so what? What does it even matter?
If the vase doesn't have a scratch on it,
then the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote that apology over. You're saying that confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am. because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of fidget tubbies. What he said. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident, and this impassioned note to self was just his attempt at scripting out an apology. Can you prove that? I love the theme of fidget tubbies, yeah. We're taking this seriously? Much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote that note, and we can all plainly see that there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. Now, since it couldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from the collectibles. Those things! Simple, right? The hell are you on about? The entire room is trashed, as the arcs clearly shows. Those fidget tubbies must have gotten pulverized during the struggle, too. You really gonna claim that you sat down to write an apology for breaking your toys after gunning her down? Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that, and there's proof. I assume it's the rental arm, right? Hang on. Obviously, it's not the revolver. Down in Flat's room, and his shaky handwriting expresses a lot of guilt. If the note was in his room... Hang on. Yeah. If the note was in his room, then, like, they found him in front of the body, apparently exactly, like, moments after the killing, right? So, no, he couldn't have written a note about the killing. I'm pretty sure... Am I allowed to save? Am I allowed to save scum this? I am, apparently. But I think it's the note. You just need to look at the confession. Seen it already. Read it front to back. Not one mention of fidget tubbies. No, come on, the timing of the note. Ah, come on. Are you for real? If it was in the room... Then, okay, whatever. It's the fucking arm, I guess. I didn't bluff. I have to show how to... Okay. Sorry. Yeah, they're claiming the note is about the other killings? I guess? I don't know. Whatever, okay. Just take a closer look at the rental you took into custody. Huh? One swipe of your finger should show exactly how devastating was the fickle buddy ecosystem. It's fidget tubbies. Whatever. You did take it into custody. I'm sure your text found ceramic debris on it, yes? Now that you mention it. Oh fuck, did it have the ceramic debris on it? I completely forgot. That's on me, I guess. That is much more... That is much more relevant, I guess. Whatever. Sorry, I thought I had a genius idea. Fine, whatever. He broke them with his arm while he was killing her. Happy? Overjoyed. Because even a cheap arm's got an operating system that'll log the last time it was worn, right? Right. See, I happened to spot a footnote on the lab report. Said that rental hadn't been used since the AM. Whose side are you on, old man? It's gotten pretty late, sunshine. Just trying to save us all some time where I can. Well, thank you for your service. I'm gonna kill you and Gloop. No, I should have double-checked the portrait to remind myself what was relevant in the moment. You're right. Well, thank you for your service. Are you seriously buying this crap?
Just look at how scrawled, how panicked that note is. You expect me to believe he was that upset over a fidget tubby collection? One that hasn't even been graded? Oh, so she's a nerd. Setting aside Detective Reyes' surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles, you're correct. They held no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over their loss. But so what? So what? After all, that's not panic you're seeing on that page. No, the only reason it looked the way it does is because Carlos is right-handed. Because Carlos is right-handed. Yeah, I am. Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something? So the reason why that note looks like a Silent Wall scribbles is because he had to use his left hand to write it. I tend to think better writing than typing, and I needed to get used to using my left anyway. I just thought it could be good practice. Taking that into account alongside the ceramics, your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet. This case is quite silly when you get down to it, besides all the murders, yeah. Okay, fine, forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. You've established that your client's remorseless. Now let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to a big old goddamn gun that just so happened to have his fingerprints on it. That's right, that coat is... What, you're gonna claim it's not his, that he actually wears an extra small? She's trying to bait me in her typical low-key fashion. As the arguments flow, you won't always have the stronger hand. Sometimes the best you can do is hold your tongue and avoid overcommitting. Try to lose as little credit as possible while you wait for a more favorable chance. Interesting. She must have something. No sense playing into it. Something you'd like to ask me, detective? I'm just curious. What'll it be next? You gonna tell me he actually wears an extra small? You already said that. Come on. Justice is blind. State. He doesn't wear an extra small. Raise. I can't touch Raise. Gee, Carlos, do you? No. Yeah? You sure there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention? No, I'm afraid not. Not even gonna go for a mysterious person X at the scene of the crime? To prove his innocence, I will need to get there eventually. But going there now without hard evidence... Let's see... I can prove a third party. I don't think I can prove a third party. This is bluffing, yeah. I, like... Right, like, there's a testimony about the state of the apartment. We know that, like, obviously there was a third party, but I don't think based on what we have, we can prove a third party, can we? Like, there's plenty here that's, like, fishy. that doesn't really match up with their story. But proof of a third party, I don't know. Because, like, the statement, that's just a statement. The glass shards and stuff,
don't prove the existence of another person. It just is like the timing is weird, which isn't a third person necessarily. I'm staying. I have no evidence of a third person at this time. Damn right you don't. It's clear as day on the arcs. No evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming. It was obvious she had something there. I wasn't gonna win that hand either way. But at least I didn't overstep and take any more damage than I had to. Yeah. We're not contesting any of that, Detective. My client freely admits to holding the gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene. Which was not smart. Hey! But not illegal either. And that's all? He had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did. Right. Do you have those clothes on hand, by the way? The lab finished with them a while ago. What are you getting at? It'll be easier to just show you. Would you mind getting them for me? You know what? Sure. I could use the fresh air. It stinks of bullshit in here anyway. Here, I thought the room smelled like... Psst. Morgan, what are you doing? My coat's covered in her blood. I remember that much. So doesn't that, like, make me look really bad? Just relax, Carlos. I'm pretty sure that's not possible. That's impossible. You're innocent. And that means that having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you. Really? Really. Not really. Plenty of innocent people in prison. People with bad luck, or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing. What was it that reminded me of? Wait, was he just sitting there trying to remember something that whole time? Alright, here it is. One bloodstained jacket fresh from the lab. So what's your angle? You gonna tell us this is actually just hot sauce? No, that would be silly. She actually thought it over. So what the hell's your point? Hey! Sorry, just got thrown off by the turn of good fortune. Let me take a look at that thing. I'm not sure I realize what the good fortune is here. Oh yeah, it's not splatter. Yeah, that makes sense. You're right. What was I thinking? You should thank the detective for bringing you your jacket, Carlos. She's just proving your innocence. My client was arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. It has the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart by a gun that happens to be an old world pre-tagging firearm. And so this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter. Is there a gas leak in here? In what world does that make any sense? Sense happens to be key here. I just need to draw their attention to what they can feel, see. Just tell me what you see. I see a coat with a lot of dead woman blood on it. And you... Wait, what? Smell. Feel. Wait a second. What am I missing? What am I missing here? That's the old evidence? Wait, is there a new version of that? Oh, fucking hell. smell? Would it be smell? That doesn't make sense. I'm saving. Feel on the coat with your hand, but you can smell on the coat with your nose, and it's not C. Are we going for like the outdoor humidity? Let me look at this thing again. I don't know, because that would also be C, right? So if we're getting more abstract with it. Hang on. Is there any difference in the graphic? No. Interesting to see your thought process. What does that mean? Sense use doesn't matter. Were you not here for Paranorma Site? I've done them before. That's for sure. Huh. $20? Okay. Well, if nothing else, I can just keep fucking trying. Gunshot residue. Yeah, that might make the most sense. I'm gonna go for that. Just do me one favor, detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except dried blood. Oh, right, yeah, because it mentioned that there's nothing else of, like, forensic intrigue on the coat. So, yeah, the gunpowder smell. Makes sense. Don't walk me through this, but also I appreciate it. Exactly. The coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell of... cigarette! That's what I've been smelling. Yes, Detective London. I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation? I've been listening. You want me to smell the jacket? If you would. I'd see. Huh. No gunpowder. What? What about gunpowder? Oh, don't blame yourself for not noticing. This is before your time. Before my time too, apparently. You can't be more than a few years older than me. I like that they swapped that around. But not before your partners, it seems. See, gunpowder is weak by today's standards, but it's still volatile stuff. Hard to store, prone to misfiring. And when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence. The hell is she talking about, London? Modern firearms like the ones we carry use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure or sound waves. They have more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise, and they don't leave behind any residue. Gunpowder residue? You talked my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces, but a revolver like this one? It'd leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days. So then, his coat... If you don't trust your noses, you can check the lab reports. I think if they found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they'd have taken the time to highlight it. Well, whatever. That just means he washed off after shooting her, changed his clothes. That's not impossible, but he was also covered in blood. But it would be pretty pointless. Huh? His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Would you really go through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue, just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Flat is facing. Crazy that, like, my main, like, piece of evidence is not actually coming up here. But there's probably going to be a round 3. As soon as possible. Whoa. They're faltering now. Should topple over at any moment. The letter was mostly icing on the cake for them. That gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So if it looks like he never actually fired the gun... I'll admit things were a little dicey there at times. Once I was able to grasp the situation, the smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. Not my cleanest work by far, but overall I'd say... Did she get a message? Wait, did they actually manage to find it? Something you'd like to share, Detective Reyes? You're good. Twisting the truth into knots, making the facts work for you. Thanks. But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting, and right now, I'm staring at a photo of the killer. Yeah? Wanna bet? A photo of the shooter. If she had that, we wouldn't still be talking. But I doubt she's just pulling this out of her ass. She's got something from the scrubbers. She must be bluffing. She must have something interesting. So I feel like she probably has like a photo of him in the apartment, but it's probably not a photo of him literally, it's not video of him literally shooting her, right? Yeah, the little XX line is cute. Call the bluff. The blind justice lady is serving a bit. Yeah, I guess. I mean... Doesn't it make more sense to just play defense in this case? How much life do we have right now? 21? I wish it would tell me how much we're raising by, right? Like, what's on the line here? They changed that in episode 1. That makes sense. That's a very sensible thing to change. I'll save. I want to see what happens if I raise. That's a bold bluff for this late in the game, detective. Especially when we both know there was an optics blackout during the shooting. Well, that's just it. This isn't from optics. Okay, it was just 2, that's fine. I should have figured she wouldn't make a claim that, but without something to back it up. Yeah, I kind of figured. But I wanted to see it. Party's over, counselor. Feast your eyes on this. Well, okay. The quality is lacking. Yet there it is. They managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? No, with the scale their tools operate on, I guess the chances are, as always, in their favor. Alright, this isn't good, but it's a far cry from the worst case scenario I envisioned. You could even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are... Well, it's a little bit... blurry. Don't look at me, I didn't take the damn thing. Technically, no one took it. That's a lot of screens. Well, looks like at the time of the shooting, a neighbor was on their phone. Probably venting about how the crazy couple across the way was acting. But if their phone was on, its camera would be on. And so we managed to get this shot through the window. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted, and so compressed it looks like it's from another century. There are tools that could enhance this image any further, and I could count the pixels on one hand. And you could kiss its admissibility in court goodbye. Okay, that's more to the extent of what I assumed the bluff calling was going to be like. But I understand now. It makes sense. My first instinct to go defense was right. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image, and there's no way in hell you could get this past the judge. Yeah, you're probably right. We couldn't. But I think I know a DA that could. Okay. Yeah, well, she is completely lying about it. Yeah, that wasn't what I was thinking, but it makes sense. It makes sense. Either way, doesn't seem like your client's leaving this police station anytime soon. That photo. What the hell is happening to me? You think I know a DA that could? Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. And who do we know had their left-hand fingerprints all over that gun? You're referring to my client. You think? We've established he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight, so he must have shot with his left. Okay, we're finally getting to it. We're finally getting into it. Yes, and we've also established that he's weak with his left side. A left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever. Forensics will never be perfect, counselor. Sometimes you miss things. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain, and when you finally get where you were going, you somehow end up dry. That doesn't mean it didn't rain. All of which is to say, before judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test. Carlos is innocent. I know he is. But that photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent. The photo is real. If both are true, that means the photo doesn't show what it appears to show. Can I see the photo again, please? Clock does seem to say 9. Yeah, it might be the mirror. Though... Yeah. Okay, so the killer is being reflected in the mirror. The clock isn't, though. That makes sense to me, I think. Camera's not set to photo mode at the time. The amount of quality visual data available is severely limited. File markers for post-capture multi-spectrum image enhancement indicate that the photo has already been cleaned up as best as possible. I see. So, at a loss for words? Never. I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from exactly? Exactly? Positional data is usually only accurate to the nearest public router. If we DNO'd the phone's owner and asked them where... Why bother with any of that? Ballistics and common sense tells us that the perp shot from the room's doorway. Can I... Hang on, one sec. I just want to double check. We can't actually see it again. I wanted to see the interior again. Do we have... Does it make sense from here? Funny drawing. We do have a fantastic drawing. Yeah, I feel like it makes sense if they're seeing from this window, they were seeing the clock there, they would be seeing the mirror and not the doorway. That's my assumption. The front entrance of the apartment faces to the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. And we're looking straight at the shooter, so it's oh, fuck! They just gave me this! I was looking at the fucking drawing that whole time! Well, this does not, this just kind of cements what I was saying, basically. Northern window facing southern hallway where the shooter stood. You wouldn't see the clock then, is the thing. You would only see the clock with the other window. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious this was taken from across the north window. From the north. If this is from the north, then why can we clearly see the... I worked it out already, game, not to worry. It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got the shot must live on the other side of the street. So we're looking into the bedroom from the north window. If she's wrong, I should seize on the opportunity to start turning the tide. The photo was taken from the west. I'm afraid that's simply not possible, detective. This photo has to have been taken from the west. What kind of bluff is that supposed to be? It's not a bluff. The good detectives are misinformed here, and I need to take advantage of it. Then press the initiative. The hell do you mean this was taken from the west? No autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the door. The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. Your officer's ARCS data tells us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. And now your photo has shown us the exact moment of the shooting. And I can now raise the ante on a hand up to the current max. Answer wrong and you lose more credit, but answer correctly, you can bank up more credit for trickier hands down the line. Oh, fun. Altogether, that tells us that this photo must have been taken through the west window. As long as you consider... So, how do I up the ante? Just take one look at the clock in that photo. The clock? What about it? The clock, huh? Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it to keep my tempo high. This photo was taken right before the shooting, so, wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong. That's a good question, Detective London. But the answer's no. The autopsy, the clock, and the neighbors all agree the time of death was 9 p.m. Right, no mistaking that. So then, what the hell are you on about? There's a clock on the wall in this photo, analog style. And it reads 9 o'clock. 9 p.m., the time of the shooting. The hell's so special about that? Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time the clock reads, but do you remember there being a clock in the room? What? Actually, I don't recall there being a clock. That makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock, because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked onto the floor. And the only clock in that room is in the northeastern corner, and my client has informed me that before the climb, it was hung up on the eastern wall, like so. I'm so glad that we get to show them our awesome drawing. She's so proud of her drawing. What the hell is that supposed to be? An artistic rendition. It's, very distinct. I love her too. If you had information on how the crime scene was before the shooting, why don't you just add that to the arcs? And show you my hand? Just because discovery law compels us to share info, doesn't mean we have to play fair detective. Slip my mind. I'll do that now. The important thing is, if that clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred, then this photo must be looking through the western window to see it. Don't start getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m., the same time this photo was taken of the shooter. You want to claim that clock's still on the eastern wall when it would have been knocked down during the fighting? You've got your logic backwards, detective. Her precious photo shows that the room is pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell. Let's see. What do we got? I assume it's the room is trashed before the shooting. Okay, here's the thing. It could be the vase, but I think it's more likely the glass. What if I max it out? What if I max it out? I think it's the glass. I've been thinking this the entire time. I've been thinking about the glass being on top of the body the entire time. The shards fell onto the victim. I should do it. Glass shards? What about them? Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body and not under it. If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, that would mean that she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards? It's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who would have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes? Other crime scenes? No, nothing like that. Those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds. So what did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom? That this was personal and things had gotten complicated. Shit happens. Shit does happen, detective. But in this case, it seems there's been a general misconception about the order in which shit happened. So what if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards? He still shot her. We have a photo right here. And I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence. Huh? Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult, and maybe, more importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger, because the man in that photo can't possibly be Carlos. Like hell it can't. The glass shards prove the room is pristine at the time of the shooting, and we know that until the room was tossed, that clock was on the eastern wall, which means that the photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Back to this shit? That's impossible. The only hallway in that apartment runs north to south. And the only person with prints on the gun is your client. And the only fact that matters is that he used it to murder 6 innocent people. You're a very honest person, Detective. Excuse me? That's why you're such a shitty gambler. You've played your cards too early, and now I can steal the pot right out from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. But we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo. What? What we're seeing is... the prosthetic! It's the mirror. We go all the way. What is that? You trying to glass shards again? Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from? Yeah, sure. They came from a standing mirror. A mirror that, at the time of the shooting, stood across the room from the western window. But then that would mean, at that angle from that viewpoint, it would reflect the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer take aim with their right arm. And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. And he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So I meant what I said about that photo. I'm glad it was recovered, because it just proved my client couldn't possibly have committed this crime. That should be the end of it. Except it looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. Sunk cost has got its teeth in her now, clawing up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. It's cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever, the impotent irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. But lucky for you, Detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes. That's one word for it. But allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary, my client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with these facts, you received photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting, and instead of utilizing said photo to track down the real killer, you tried to claim it depicted my client, a man without the requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. That's... He could have had a backup arm! He could have stolen one! A little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. It's getting late. I had to bare my fangs a bit. That's the best you've got? Even a bare-bones prosthetic off the black market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. You'd have to bring it into a clinic, which would reflect a record in a shoulder OS, a record you won't find. He'd still have to somehow have gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the scene of a violent crime calls for full-spectrum scanning of the entire building and 100 meters around it, minimum. So where, Detective Reyes, did he manage to hide a cybernetic arm from your drones in the time between the shooting and his arrest? Well, any objections? Detective? God damn it! Hell yeah! This is awesome. Fucking destroyed. Show me your hand flat.
Destroy!
You're stuffing me?
Yeah! In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you. Now I gotta call the DA. Tell her I made a mistake. Now we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid, you should know. Detective? Lost my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger. She just fought like hell for you. Make sure you thank her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. Yeah. That's kind of you to say, Detective. But my work is its own reward. Sure. I feel exactly the same, Counselor. What happens now? I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal. And there's still some paperwork we'll need to go through, but basically you're free to go. Congrats! You get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact. Yay? But what am I supposed to do? The detectives will continue their investigation. Their investigation into heartbreak, huh? Yes. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, she'll be handed over to the next of kin. And then you can make funeral arrangements. No, that's not what I... Huh? Diane being gone is bad enough. But a serial killer? It's like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore. People die of the flu all the time, but... I know what you mean. I can't make sense of it. What am I supposed to do? Hell if I know. There are some contacts I could give you. Services, professionals, doctors. No, you've done more than enough for me. When you got here, I was too tired to even defend myself. I try and convince them I didn't. You saved me. Thank you. You're welcome, Carlos. But it's my job to... No, I mean... Thank you for not asking. Huh? For not asking if I killed her. Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was. After all. That's where I thought we were going, yeah. The blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place. Easy to find, hard to miss. But the blood's always different. Flowering stain, unfurling towards an invisible sun. A perfectly unique bloom, only one for each of us. A rose-scarred text with singular universal meaning, vitality at its climax, bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite the end. But the comical thud of a body hitting the floor has its own kind of lowbrow appeal. Congratulations, women! Bullet number 6 of 6. Gun's empty. Useless to me now. Might as well leave it. Looks like a waste, but... whatever! Heartbreak! Criminal, comma, defense attorney! Likes high places, gambling, guns, dislikes nosy people, mud, headphones, hobby batting cages, favorite dish mapo tofu, cannot carry a tune. Interesting. Anything else here? Doesn't look like it. I know that draw is not listed under cannot. I mean, did you see the drawing? It's pretty good. You've seen this, right? Whatever. Finding the ammo is almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantages. I could sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash, but cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady. That's right. Moping around in the dark here, must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did she think I was her boyfriend back for an encore of that enthralling conversation? Can't ask her now. Hey! Yeah, do you hear that? These old pieces are so goddamn loud. People aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know who had to run the other way. Really roused half the neighborhood. Bet I didn't see anything I could use as even a partial suppressor on the way in. Could they really not afford some throw pillows? I used the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces and small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. Cramped places, usually full of trash. But this room, cheap as it looks, is at least clean. Organized even. So the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except, there's shit on the floor. By the window, there are broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. It's fine. It's just one thing at a place. Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. I kick over this stupid goddamn mirror. 5 perfect crime scenes, each of them not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. The final shot, there just has to be some pile of shit in the corner ruining everything. I kick the wall. Something falls from it. Probably more tasteless bullshit. I toss the chair over the chair, knock the urn, tear into the sheets with my frustration, and try to savor the shredding. If it can't be clean, I just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it'll be consistent. This was also stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself on my humility. Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down with single shots? Yes. But so what? I'm not made of stone. After that, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but... Heartbreak killer? Really? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? What kind of miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business? All of the threads and breakdowns and the goddamn theory crafting, all for the heartbreak killer. Sounds like a soap opera villain from a season where the writers were on strike. I feel insulted by the label, but no, it's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. They marketed it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. He's just some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... Well, I'm sure people will come up with something. That he got rejected one too many times or whatever. Me. I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. Jeeple, you're getting a pretty big spoiler for this game right now. But hi, what's up, everybody? Cool. What were you up to tonight, Jeeple? What's going on? Should I hide the game right now? Should I put that away? Should I put that away so you can't see that because you just raided into me? Nobody saw that, right? Nobody saw this particular text box on the screen, right? Don't worry about it, everybody. It's Friday the 13th, so naturally you played Yakuza Dead Souls. That's awesome. We're playing Of the Devil. There hasn't really been lesbians yet, but it is toxic women. And that's good enough for me, I think. I'm having a great time with it. When I show the screen again, you're going to get a pretty big spoiler about like the setup of the game.
You should probably leave. This is really, really fun. It's like a cyberpunk dystopia game where you're a defense attorney, and you're a really cool, awesome woman who loves gambling. And that's all I'll say about that. Main character, this is awesome. The writing is awesome. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. We're at the end of the quote-unquote like episode 0 demo, which is really just kind of like the prologue of the game as far as I can tell. You definitely need to play this before you play the rest. And I'll probably be playing episode 1 next week. But if any of you don't want to get spoiled for this, you should probably leave. I'm gonna turn the screen back on, I guess. And also, our protagonist is a serial killer, it seems. I'm very intrigued. It's very awesome and cool. It's neat. I'm quite intrigued. Jeeple, what were you doing tonight? If you're still here after all that. I'm going to be honest. Right, yeah, Yakuza Dead Souls. I'm sorry. I somehow spaced out. I've been reading a lot of dialogue tonight, okay? There's been so much text on my screen tonight, okay? I'm having a great time with this. I hope you had a great time at Yakuza Dead Souls. I was playing this because it's like, you know, it's Friday the 13th. And it's like, you know, it's about luck. It's about the luck of the devil. It's kind of awesome. I'm into it. It's word slop. I'm gonna kill you, Monty. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I really enjoyed. Yeah, it's a Friday the 13th stream for you too. Whoa, it's Friday the 13th where you are? That's awesome, G-Pool. I thought it was just here. Your crisis coring your way into Yakuza. Oh yeah, your famous quality that like crisis core is the only thing you know about Final Fantasy VII. And like, wait, you played Final Fantasy 1. Have you played any of the rest of the Final Fantasy series? I guess we can talk about that later. No, why would I? I don't know. They're pretty cool games. Pretty good. Saturday the 14th where you are. Well, today is Friday in California, okay? I gotta play FF1. FF1 is on my list. I'm extremely I'm extremely of the what the fuck was I about to say? Oh yeah, I'm not gonna play a single Final Fantasy game until the first one, when I play the first one, so it'll be fine. It's extremely of the devil, yeah. Look, I got very sucked into this, and now I don't think I'm making sense. Let's keep reading, everybody, okay? And I've killed a lot more than just 6. The room is thoroughly trashed now. I just walked away after seeing that mess by the window. It would have irritated me to no end. Now that it doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly, it'll irritate the cops to no end instead. It probably pisses her off that the cops did not even consider that this was a change in the MO. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes in the spotlight. Really savor it. I'm going home. The air's weighty tonight. Thick. Energized.
A heavily foreshadowed summer rain I can feel on every hair. I think there's a background loading right now. They call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. The warm tension on your skin, just like those short moments just after the shower turns off, when the steam lingers. Yeah, it's always most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that. But I know I've never felt guilty about any of this. And I walk. That's not it, huh? Sorry, using my left is still... That's okay. You can just initial in those spots. I took a scenic route home, courtesy of our fine city's sprawling public transportation, and got in a bit after 11 p.m. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching. Made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly. Around 1:40 a.m. a posting for public defender work came up. Decent rate, since it was so late and urgent. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer and enough debt that he'd need to be provided one. Gamble. Strategy. Quote. Did you mean how to start gambling? How to bet on sports on phone? A gambler with a system must be, to a lesser or greater extent, insane. George Augustus Sala, journalist, 1828 to 1895. How to start gambling, yeah. All I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning. Okay, where else? Here and here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take on a job where I already knew more than the cops? Would have been easy to convince Carlos to plead out. I would have gotten paid the same too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was of course innocent, so his conviction would never be airtight. There would be doubts, questions, appeals, maybe even fans depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes, more headaches. A cold case rotting in the very far back of the public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Now with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and mind like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with the case this intimately does have its risks. Hell, I might have even overdone things here or there. Like lighting up a smoke inside an interrogation room just to make doubly sure I didn't still smell of gunpowder myself. Yeah, that makes sense. That London fellow seemed more fixated on it than I would have liked. But obviously everything turned out rosy, and it's worth it for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities' failings from the best seat in the house, that's just a bonus. Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane is grateful too. Yeah, I bet. Funny. I didn't even know her name. Something the matter? No, sorry, it's just... I was mad when I left the apartment. I know she was too. So when she died... Death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine that she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground. No, I know, but I keep thinking she must have died angry at me. She must have died hating me. Interesting. Present evidence.
What evidence do I have? The pill organizer, right? It's gotta be the pill organizer. It's also the only thing we haven't used. Which is kind of the classic. But she was, I mean, it looks like she maybe was filling it up based on this. I don't know. I know it's his anyways. To tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself. What is it? Something I noticed in the ARC's data that I didn't quite understand. Pieces of the puzzle I couldn't fit in anywhere else. But maybe you can make sense of it. Yeah, okay. Wait, they don't even make... Come on! They didn't even make me have to guess. What is that? Hello? There we go. Where'd you find that? That pill organizer was found on the victim. She had a grass in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police added it to the ARCs, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. Seems like it contained triprexazone, prescribed to help monitors with phantom itches. They're small tablets, and those are tricky class too for a pill organizer. Could be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died. Even if they did, feelings are complicated. You can feel angry, happy, and sad all at the same time. But as far as facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was setting out your medications for the week. To my eyes, anyway. What a fascinating character Morgan is. Aw, how nice! How sweet! Yeah! Long night. That was too far just now. Practically rubbing it on his face. It's not like I care about his feelings. I doubt I'll ever even see him again. But overstepping like that is pure hubris. And hubris invites a downfall. So why did I even bother? It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. I'll just need to show more restraint next time. Though there won't be a next time for heartbreak. The gun's in custody, no more bullets left. There won't be a seventh victim. There won't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next MO. And no one will ever found you. District Attorney Rockford. Awesome. Awesome killers music for this. Sorry, can I try that again? I'm so fried. By all means. Counselor Morgan, morning, noon, or night, you're always so put together. Thank you. I don't get it. How do you sleep at night? Pardon? You do white noise, aromatherapy, whatever you're doing, I need to steal it. God. I must have bags under my eyes dark enough for the dumpsters. District Attorney Emma Rockford. She's a prosecutor, a lawyer who argues for the state in court, trying to prove a defendant's guilt. And despite her sometimes unkempt appearance, she's pretty cool. She's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know. Since I haven't beaten her once. Whereas yet she has the remarkable ability to compartmentalize all that adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. It's part of what makes her good at her job. Hard for me to read. Should I buy a new mattress? Did we get her profile? No, we didn't. Why not? What do they got you doing at this ungodly hour, Mama? Now we have her for fucking hell a game. Come on. February 13th. I like that they're both like Morgan is a day after Xmas and Emma is the day before Valentine's Day. They're both like next to holidays but not on holidays. It's cute. She's the assistant district attorney. She likes coffee, toffee, and haute couture. She dislikes sunburn, dead pixels, and eye strains. Her eggs? Benedict. She plays chess, shogi, idol savant stars. Cat person? Yes. I kind of love her.
Yeah!
So true. You know she's wailing for this SSR pulse. It's true, she must be. Oh, well, actually, I'm here for you. Me. Your client was the suspect in the Heartbreak killings. That's my case. Oh, well, then you must have been relieved finding out that you won't have to go to trial against me. No? Why would I be worried about going up against you? It's always the unintended barbs with her. I don't know how to... I don't know what to emote myself as when she's doing the poker face smile and saying something in her mind that is something else entirely. So, you're working with those detectives? Yeah, London and the new girl, Reyes. They've been reporting to me in preparation for trial. In preparation for trial? That seems ambitious. I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little. It's hard to kill while leaving so little behind. So Reyes told you they had HK in custody and you popped out of bed all excited to run down here? Hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours. Too much on my mind. So when I heard about a case with a single female victim shot through the heart, yeah, my ears perked up. But that's about all. Oh? You're constructing a hand? For this conversation? I mean, Carlos Flat, a serial killer. The same serial killer that's outsmarted the state for weeks. She's not using his middle name. He was found with the murder weapon. But I can answer that in any number of ways. What? It could have been Flat. Wait, so we're trying to say that it could have been Flat right now? This is different. Or... Wait. It couldn't have been Flat. I'm actually genuinely like feeling very turned around by by this one. Okay, I'm arguing against it being Flat. Well, there's plenty of different things. One second, let me look at the log again. I know that we have the... There we go. Why does she bring up the middle name? I know it came up at some point. Is it in one of the evidence bits? Sorry, now I'm on something else. Serial killers are usually talked about with the middle name? Really? Is that a thing? London did use the middle name, it's true. Yeah. I remember it coming up, obviously. Based on my understanding of Death Note, you're kind of right, I think. It implied the police were already assured of his conviction. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. This game is Girl Death Note. I guess so. I've never actually really watched Death Note. I've seen other people talking about it. You don't gotta watch Death Note? Okay. Yay. There is no wager, but I want to be right. but I want to be right. I want to be right though. I mean, I guess the point is that like any of these things could do it. This is too risky, right? Because this is like no, it's no good. The fingers can't bend, which is important. Does seem like Girl Yaoi between these two. I feel like, so like obviously like this is I mean I don't get the impression that this game hates men so far. This doesn't actually seem like a misandry game or anything. All things considered, the game seemed quite fond of flat. I feel like this is like the most definitive, like maybe it's the rental arm that would be more definitive. Death Note is yaoi for people who want to read Yuri. What an interesting this is like there's a fascinating conversation that I don't know that I can follow right now. Why am I worried so much about this? There's no wager. It doesn't matter. I wanna like this is my rival, right? Like I gotta put down the good thing for my rival, but also this is risky to use, right? The mirror was pretty awesome though. I have to destroy her. Okay, but like But like, it's literally a photo of Morgan, right? Like, putting this out to play is maybe playing too risky. But like, yeah, I can't be enhanced any better. I'm not necessarily worried that she's going to like enhance the photo and figure out that it's Morgan or something. But I am... It does feel audacious, I guess, is what I mean. I'm gonna use it. Who cares? Let's see what happens. There's no wager. That may be true, but then I glanced at the report. You glanced at it? No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes. Right. Too remorseful, too apologetic in that note. Whatever it was about. His dominant arm modded with documented sensitivity issues. Never could have made shots that clean. Not without getting close enough to leave scorch marks. It didn't matter. It's okay that it didn't matter. It's kind of awesome that it didn't matter. I love... Have you seen this stream before? Have you seen me like spend like 20 minutes thinking about a choice that literally doesn't matter? I love doing that shit. Not to mention, he's too tall for the ballistics entry angles, and probably too heavy to not leave imprints. She got all that from a glance? But I'm sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed all that out the minute you walked in here. I mean, I got a lot of that, to be perfectly honest. Of course! Worst part is, she's not even being sarcastic. Yeah, of course it couldn't have been him. Huh? Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative, so not the type to bottle things up. He didn't match the profile. Profile? Yeah, the... right. Sorry. You've probably never heard of it. I know what a goddamn profile is. Profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's psychology based on evidence from their crimes. Tell me about that. Did you mean profile? How to delete? Profile filtering. Trying to get your dating profile just right can be a full-time job. Let Valentine take the reign with our automated, secure, and confidential tools that put your better than the best foot forward and put the sexy back into finding the right match. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with the premium account. The glossary is so awesome. It's like one of my favorite things about this game. And yes, I love that it is so unhelpful a lot of the time. Kind of fallen out of fashion for the last few decades. Not much to guess about the why when 99 times out of 100 the who is caught on camera. Or before they even leave the house. I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it, but I think I'm getting the hang of it. Talk about both. Let's just start from the top. So, the profiling. It's some kind of investigative technique. The theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it. Stabbing, overkill, points to passion, rage, lust. They probably knew their victim. Poison and guns, meanwhile, suggest they can't overpower their victims physically. And then there's things you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments. There's a lot of recurring themes in their stories. The detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence. So how much can his crimes possibly tell you? That he's diligent. Almost perfect. Highly intelligent, painstakingly organized, and with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm. It's rare to see her this animated outside the courtroom. It's almost like she's enjoying herself. A sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time. A lone wolf, educated, but all her playfully lethal instincts coming to life. Probably overqualified or undervalued. Though I'm not thrilled about the fact that in that metaphor I would be the... Know what I mean? Definitely! And considering the marksmanship, the detective said that HK would have needed insider information on optics. So does that mean heartbreaks in law enforcement? Never in a billion years. Oh. Antisocial, independent, despises authority. I'd be like a stallion applying for a job at a merry-go-round. They'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation. Right, that's exactly how I'd put it. There must be some connection to the police, though. Maybe secondary or tertiary. These types can't help but insert themselves. Insert themselves? I don't do anything even resembling that. Wait, if HK's not a cop, how do they know about the blackout timing? Crime, meta, statistics, analysis, probably. Pardon? Take the emergency response times from across the city and map them out. Look for brief spikes and delays. Chart out the dips and... Sorry, technical I know. But all the requisite data is publicly available. The map, a spreadsheet, a calculator. Anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to. That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma. Well, at least this heartbreak maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon. He didn't lose it. He chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do just fine without it. And it just makes me even more certain that these aren't his only kills. Were there other shootings with the same MO? No, not that I found. Other victims that fit the description? No. But I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, these 6 victims all look like each other, but they also look like a lot of people. That's true. Hell, they kind of look like me. Do they? Sure. What? You don't see it? I hadn't thought about it.
It's beyond that.
So true. We thought Yuri was here from the moment she walked in. Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice. So I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice Morgan. That's why I think heartbreak is a misnomer. You've got something catchier in mind? I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets. 6 kills guaranteed, no matter what kind of life support mods they were packing. A real signature isn't the bullets or the gun. It's the perfection. That's hard to wrap your head around. I'm saying that these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip-up, a mistake? Exactly, a mistake. They got too clean, too efficient, now they got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so pissed.
Are you talking about the crime scene?
Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, right?
Based on what you said, I don't blame them.
Whoever trashed that room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing. On the contrary.
I don't follow.
This is the last bullet. Last shot. The other 5 are perfect. So, if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum.
You make them sound like a child.
I notice that at some point we've drifted away from the he/him pronouns. And I can't remember who swapped it first. That's a really interesting little touch. Hang on, I'm curious. Who said they first? Let's see. It feels like... Wait, hang on. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, look, okay, so here, they're saying he, and then... this is general, but... Yeah, I feel like Emma uses they first. I like my reading of it, okay? Even if it's unintentional. Childish, and cowardly, and two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win. Your profile tell you all that? That? No. That part's just... takes one to know one.
Huh. So, to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless, perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type.
In a city with an 8-digit population.
Well,
good luck! I don't need luck. I only need more information.
Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources.
It would be kind of epic if Morgan they'd first and that was all Emma needed. I feel like Emma's onto her already, though, just from this conversation. TBH. No, Morgan. I mean, I need more crime scenes.
Oh.
The sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I'd never catch him. The only way my net narrows is if they keep piling up bodies.
Not a very fair trade, is it?
No, it isn't. But getting screwed over is a given. It's a deal with the devil.
Fair enough.
Woof! Okay, that one was pretty morbid and detailed. I need to get out more, or sleep more, or sleep less, but harder? You think a higher thread count would help?
Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom.
And sorry, but that's the adversarial process. It's no hard feelings, yeah?
No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do.
Huh? I can use a cup of coffee. How about you?
Oh wait, that was Morgan. Sorry.
Don't tempt me.
If you fall asleep face first under the table, I won't even take a picture.
Okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats. Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation. And the police will have moved on to cases they actually stand a chance of closing. It's what people do. But Emma is different. She'll set it aside and work a dozen other cases, never bringing it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it. Never finishing, but never quitting either. So I can't afford to take my eyes off her. As long as that's the case, I may as well try to enjoy the view. I like it. I like it a lot.
Lesbian that?
So true. It's very gay. It's really fucking good, yeah. Everybody who told me to play this was correct. There's some good bonus content. Oh right, you mentioned the bonus content. I'll have to check. Android. Which means you're gonna be living with my friend for a while. For how long? Sorry, I don't know. There's no need to look that upset over it. My face barely moved. May as well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that. This friend of yours, they're trustworthy? It is a very good coat. Absolutely. In fact, I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on. It'll be fun. Really? Really? Educational too. I think you could stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan. So, Android assistant next episode? Question mark? Yeah, tell me about the art and art direction. Evil little bug, very good. They were all great, really. Written, directed, developed by Brian Mulholland. Volunteer playtesting by Kristen, Hugh J, Maxie, Sadie, Virtuous Farmet, S. Thumbbutt. Wee. Yeah, the art in this is incredible. Adrian. Our friends and family, and you, the players! Hooray! Made with shapes. And he shall appear. To be continued in. You're the smartest person I know, Morgan, when it comes to people. Personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. You're a criminal defense attorney, and we're at a crime scene. I think I can guess what happens next. I've never stolen anything that wasn't already compromised. Work hard and the company will have us up for life. And after, too. Can't tell you how many musicians I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. So it's not just a lawyer job thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends, too? Great line for Reyes. Compared to determining fault, determining cause of death is like a breath of fresh air. The company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. And it's a million times more likely than the alternative that Heartbreak could ever stop themselves from killing. Father said that you owed him. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Episode 1, An Idle Mind. Very exciting preview footage at the end. It was fun. Got a full asset, yeah. A lot of good designs here, yeah. Sub-Zero results. Oh god, they were ranking me? 2 out of 2 articles, 6 out of 6 profiles, 18 out of 18 key terms, 17 out of 17 pieces of evidence, 33 total credit earned. Congratulations! You finished episode 1, 33 credit. You've also unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on your highest score for episode 0. You also have 33 remaining store credit to spend on phone charms and case colors based on the highest credit you finished this episode with. Crazy. Okay, I want to see this. How does that hair work? Who could say? Hang on. Zoom in. Love to see this. Video games are good. Women are good. The cow clip. Evangeline Morgan. Evangeline Morgan, huh? Interesting. Oh, did you hear that? Indy just meowed quite loudly when I reached down to pet her. Yeah! This guy. This guy. Reyes. The green was definitely the right call. Morg Angel. Oh. Kind of, yeah. Carlos. I like this guy. He's nice to have around. Emma. She's amazing. I like how like she was way more librarian-esque at the start, and then they like they kind of dialed it back. I really like this top. It's very good. The skirt too is also awesome. Her whole look is great. I didn't even think about how these mirror each other. That's awesome. Yeah, the stocking that doesn't stay up, really good. Game is quite smart. Oh yeah, this was the initial shot of the heartache killer that we saw. I like that they've got Morgan in the hoodie here. That's cute. I like totally forgot about this character design. It's Emma's first name, full name, it's Emma Rockford. The android. Can't wait to learn more about her. Quite a lot of concept art here. Is this episode 1 stuff or what? Bonus scenarios. What is this? Interviews. I gotta see these. You want to interview me? It's very flattering, but aren't there more lively folks around here for you to question? I've considered that. So I'm not your first choice. You're the first one who hasn't walked away.
Come to think of it, I should probably...
So what are your 3 sizes?
Have you been opening with that?
Should I not? Anime. Do you have any pets?
Afraid not. Would need 1 or 2 or 3 promotions to afford that kind of thing.
Are pets that expensive?
Only if you care about them. Maybe if I found a place closer to the park.
Have you ever owned any automated dependents?
Not had the chance.
Would you own one if you could?
Maybe one of the little vacuum ones. Anything more complicated than that is,
If you find the owner's manuals intimidating, there are video-based tutorials I could show you.
I'm not worried about the ease of use, don't worry. When I say complicated, I mean... It's like what I said about pets. Find to leave a goldfish in a tiny bowl. Time it takes to swim half a lap, it'll have forgotten what the first half looks like. Not a very tall hierarchy of needs there. You should please. But a cat? A dog? I don't want to be at work thinking about how bored they are sitting at home. And today's ads are a lot smarter than dogs. About most things.
That's a very thoughtful perspective, Detective London.
It's a moot point anyway. I need to get hit by a city bus to afford any of the new stuff Noble's selling. Now, you're thinking of the sheltered generation.
Sheltered as in sheltered upbringing?
Or sheltered place. There's a lot of uncertainty during their childhood. So when they grew up, they wanted surety, safety, stability. Wanted to know that their heat would stay on in the winter. And their politics reflected that. That was all before my time. My generation's a little more, well, Generation Zen. That's what they called us in their think pieces. Even-tempered, mentally strong, more than a little cynical.
You disagree?
It wasn't a matter of mindfulness, we just grew up without false expectations. Our vision wasn't clouded with illusions about impossibilities like homeownership or retirement. We realized early on that we'd be working right up until we'd...
Detective?
Unrealistic expectations. Some people call that hope. To see your friends, your classmates drowning every day in that kind of mire. But have to listen to people 3 times your age go on about how enlightened today's youth are. Gen Zen. It's not a name I'm particularly fond of.
Interesting. How long have you been in law enforcement?
Too long.
How long have you been with the homicide department?
Not that long by comparison. Sorry, don't mean to be overly vague. If you really want to know, I spent the bulk of my career over in arson.
Was it different from homicide?
Flashier, I'd say. Everyone jokes that homicides solve themselves in a city with this many cameras. And while fraud and disinfo are so entrenched in the tech arms race, they barely come up for air. But arson really hasn't changed much in the modern era. Fire is still very good at destroying evidence. Now, hang on. hang on. I don't do all that. Nobody's ever tried to say that I destroy evidence. Why would you say that about me? You can't expect the drone net to sweep into burnt rubble and bring you back out the culprit's fingerprints and driver's license. It's a lot of legwork, a lot of interviewing. And since more than half of the culprits were caught were burners helping Megs commit insurance fraud. Megs? We spent a lot of time making friends and enemies in high-rise corporate boardrooms.
Megs?
Just slang for mega corporations.
Okay.
Which is also just slang.
Now what size does a corporation become mega?
It's not really about gross revenue or how many countries you operate in. If you're big enough to crush people, you're a meg.
An apex predator among apex predators. Like the Odidus megalodon of the Miocene epoch.
Awesome? Hey, that's... Wait, is that where it comes from?
So why are you working in the homicide department?
What's that?
Why did you leave arson?
The smoke.
The smoke?
Just got to a point where I couldn't stand the smell. That was why he was thinking so hard about the cigarette smoke, I guess.
Okay, you can start now that my desktop's censored. Censor parts. So for the record, your full name is Farah Reyes. How's that pronounced? Like how I just said it? Farah Reyes. Thank you. Your birthday is October 19th. And how do you take your coffee? She makes you fetch the coffee? Figures. Wait, let me guess. Counselor Morgan takes your coffee black. No, decaf, like a real psychopath. I think it did say that. Yeah, decaf. Decaf, yes. Sometimes with milk. Nice. That's even worse. And you, detective? With 2 sugars and a bottle of water, now that I've got this. You mean your eye? When did you have it modded? After I learned I was getting promoted to detective, and before I realized I was getting promoted to homicide. Do you regret it? No. Would have wanted it for work eventually. It takes me a while longer to pay off than I expected. Well, I'm hardly the only person my age walking around with their debt socketed onto them. I see. What are your likes? My likes? Pretty broad ass, don't you think? In that case, perhaps you find it easier to describe your dislikes. Small plates. Oh. I hate that dinner by 1,000 cut shit. I see. And I dislike cheap people and liars and lawyers. Lawyers? They're smug, prideful. They bill by the minute, greed personified. Like their time is so goddamn important. And they're annoying and pale and smug. Should I put down smug twice? She is so. She really is. So what do you like, detective? Do you have hobbies? Areas of interest? Well, automotive history, maybe. Automotive history, excuse me, sorry. Sometimes they say things wrong. Oh, could you say more about that? I guess you could talk about it a little bit. The following section has been altered from its original format. It has been edited for time. Ackwood, which is supposed to be a luxury version of a pickup truck, and it's as if there's a market for that. It's so stupid. I love it. And it's the chrome, a purplish bluish chromous color. The copyright was so intense that just mixing the paint was illegal for naturally aspirated. Can you imagine? I see. Do you own a car yourself? No. You're joking, right? I'd rather eat asphalt than buy an EV with my hard-earned money. The following section has also been altered. It has been edited for time, strong language, 4 rotors in a computer chip. That's not engineering. That's barely even programming. And as if acceleration was all that mattered. Any race longer than 2 seconds and the simulated engine noise. Who in their right mind? I believe that fills out your dislike section. So, what is your favorite drink? Dark and Stormy is pretty good. How do you make that? Ginger beer, rum, a lot of lime juice. You putting together a recipe book or something? She is a classic cars gal. Classic cars from 2030. Yeah. Who is your hero? Well, that one's easy. Detective Kasim London, of course. Oh. Should I relay your sentiments to him? I'm sure he'd love to hear them. Somehow I doubt you get the tone right. Very well. In that case, what are your 3 sizes? My what? The measurements for your bust, waist, and... I am not telling you that. Where the hell are you getting these questions from? I designed my entry process to extract all the same kinds of facts that are most commonly listed online. On what websites? Open source, collaborative, community-focused databases. You mean like a wiki? Would you prefer to skip this question? Tell you what, if you can find a single person who does answer that question, I'll give you mine down to the millimeter. Very good. Let's see, Carlos. These bonuses are very good. So this is like an offboarding thing?
An exit interview?
Yes, it is like that.
Well, that sweet of Morgan's is still worrying about me. How'd she know I'd be here?
She didn't. Why are you here?
Hoping to get back some of my shit, some of my stuff that the police collected as evidence. Don't tell Morgan that, by the way.
Is there something embarrassing among what they seized?
No, it's just, I'm guessing as my lawyer, she's still my lawyer? Well, as a lawyer, she'd probably know the exact right form to get this stuff back, but it's okay. I wanted to do this myself.
Why is that?
Conquering my fears, maybe. Last time I came here, I was dragged in, strong-armed. Everything was going so fast, I barely spoke. I didn't stand up for myself. If I'd been able to stop and think things through clearly, well, I could never have done what Morgan did, but maybe I wouldn't have gotten myself dug so deep.
It must have been very upsetting being accused of something so terrible. I'm sure you reacted just as well as anyone could be expected to.
Thanks, I think. My arm? No, it's not back yet. At this point, I might be better off getting an upgrade rather than waiting for my current model to get fixed.
Is that allowed?
Yeah, it is. Can't downgrade, can't trade in, can't opt out, but Indy'll let me upgrade anytime.
Do you ever regret it? Getting modded?
Sometimes. But I have a lot of regrets. Compared to some of them, buyer's remorse is,
How do you deal with your buyer's remorse?
Lately, I've been lying face down on the floor and exhaling.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just for 30 seconds. I count to 30.
And you feel better afterwards?
Yeah. I mean, I've seen them protest, but there's a lot of pains being a modder. Makes sense that people would have loud opinions, want them heard. But we all made a choice. I'll sign the papers. I guess it's just it, huh? Not all of us made the choice ourselves. I got modded to help my career. Didn't need to get modded just in order to have one. But a lot of people did and do. There's this guy who worked with us for 1 quarter, probably a vet, but definitely didn't want to talk about it, so none of us asked. Good co-worker, very gung-ho, cheery in a musclehead kind of way. It's a physical job, so there's no slouches, but he wasn't just fit, he was cut and handsome. So when he kept showing up to work with more and more mods, all of them cosmetic, I didn't get it. What's he missing? What's a guy like that want to change about himself? Got offered full-time at the end of the contract, but he said he needed something that paid better. Turns out he'd blown every paycheck at electrosurgeons. Pal of mine in HR said he'd given his insurance info to 6 different clinics in the span of 4 weeks. Word is he wasn't even using the pain pills. Sold them to some of the drivers for extra cash. That's the worst I've ever seen it. Grafting runaway, or plastophilia, or whatever they're calling it now. It's not the only time I've seen it. Not like there's no incentive for it. Is there plenty of megs out there that see people hurting like that and think, there's an ideal worker. Yeesh.
Sorry, need a bit of a sippy.
So you work for Morgan, and you're... Wow. Lawyers must make more money than I realized. Wait, are you here to give me the bill? How much do I owe?
You don't owe her anything. Her services were paid for by the state. And I happen to be forbidden from handling any kind of financials. You had an ongoing dispute about what constitutes essential office supplies.
I hear ya. Diane was always the money smart one. Pretty strict, actually, unless she saw a fidget tubby on the shelf. You could see her eyes light up. Could hear her huffing like she just won the lottery. They're ugly cute, babe. And I would say, well, you're cute, babe. Believe it or not, she thought I was pretty suave. That's cute.
Let's do the Morgan one. You're gonna interview me? Here? You did say I need to practice asking better questions. But right now? Because you said the police would be making us wait so they feel more important for the next 20 minutes. Is there some more productive way we could spend that time? I was planning on napping. For 20 minutes? In the lobby of a police precinct? I can fall asleep anywhere. It's one of my many hidden talents. You gonna write all this down? Could you start with your name for the record? Morgan. And your first name? You should know by now that nobody calls me by my first name. That's something you have control over. I wouldn't want to force the issue. How long has that been the case? Really? You can also fall asleep anywhere, Kata? That's very cool. As long as I care to remember. Then, what did your parents call you? The tumor. That was a joke. Oh. Maybe we should have started you off with something a little more your speed. Who better to start with than you? Is someone who likes talking about themselves. You seem to talk about yourself as much as anyone else does. Or more. I tell people about things about myself. It's different. Because you're lying? Now you're getting it. It's not very polite to lie. On the contrary, telling the truth is usually rude. I'm not sure that your clients would appreciate that sentiment. We're not talking about my clients. We're talking about manners. We were supposed to be talking about you. Look, the sooner you learn this, the better. When people ask how you are or what you've been up to, they're not looking for anything nearly so heavy as the truth. They're just following the template, and the polite thing to do is for you to follow the template as well. Here, let's practice. Hi, how are you? I'm good, thank you. Way too late. The whole point is to be on autopilot. And how you force them to grab the wheel, check their mirrors. No one's ever grateful for the extra workload. You can be very cynical about these kinds of things at times. I'm just trying to teach. I'm just trying to tell you that people are fundamentally lazy. So if you want to be a social butterfly like me, try not to make them work too hard. Fundamentally lazy? Do you think people are fundamentally good too? Obviously. If they weren't, they wouldn't be so easy to trick. So are you planning on answering any of my questions about yourself? I've still got time to kill. Fire away. Will you be honest? I wouldn't want to be rude. When is your birthday? Wait, you're not trying to guess my passwords, are you? I would never commit identity fraud. Not the worst way of going about it, actually. December 26th. The 26th? That's almost Christmas. But almost Christmas does mean it wasn't Christmas. But almost Christmas means it's not. Alright, you got us. You got everybody here. We were all thinking almost Christmas means it's not Christmas. You knew we were all thinking it. Smart game. Your insights are always so original. Did you receive presents on your birthday or on Christmas? What do you mean? Did you not celebrate Christmas in your family? We did. So did your parents give you presents on the 25th or the 26th? Well, I got Christmas presents on Christmas and I got birthday presents on my birthday. Obviously. I see. This also says something about Morgan. Are all your questions going to be this strange? What is your favorite color? Are all your questions going to be this juvenile? If you prefer something weightier, do you volunteer? No. Do you donate? Yes. What causes do you donate towards? Endangered wildlife? What's with the face? It's on auto renewal, I just haven't canceled it yet. You've mentioned a mentor figure before. No way I ever called her a mentor. A busybody, maybe. World record holder for billable hours spent under the influence, perhaps? Or just, you know, the cougar from hell. Oh? If she had rubbed off me in any way, I'd have hives. I see. Is she a smoker? Lastly, do you know your 3 sizes? I do. Would you tell me? That's private. You value your privacy very highly, don't you? More like everyone else doesn't value it enough. Water's rising, the world's getting smaller, literally. Less real estate to go around, and everything's connected to everything else. These days, just wanting some time or space to yourself is considered selfish, or worse. Only the guilty have something to hide. I don't like that phrase. Laws like the Mob Act have made it so anonymity and privacy are luxuries. Privileges reserved for the privileged. And if anyone below that tax bracket tries to claw away a little bit of it for themselves, well, it can only be because they're guilty, right? Is that why you became a criminal defense attorney? To defend people's innocence. That's private. I do wonder about that. Well, that was pretty fun. I will be purchasing episode 1 before the next time we play this, obviously. Because we will be continuing. I am very interested to see more. Whoa! Oh, there's new art for episode 1. Wow! Where was the... No, this isn't it. Where was that, like, extra shit that you could purchase? Phone? You can open the phone from that screen. How the fuck did I do that? It's not there. That's where the version information is. I'm clicking. Oh, on the bonuses screen. Okay. Silly me. Sorry. Right, the storm. The Fidgetubby charm. It's free to go charmless. How nice. The Morgantime charm. I want to find out more about this kid. What's going on there? The rose gold phone case for 20. Wow. Let's go, Sarah. Sato stuck. Emma deep in thought. I want this. Yeah, Morgan's hacker fucker kid friend. Let's go red. It's quite cute, yes. Well, I enjoyed that. I hope you all did too. It seems like you all did too. If I can take a wild guess, I think you all did too. Getting a cute rubber strap phone charm, my hated courtroom rival. Yeah, it's just normal fucking lawyer stuff, right? Just normal girl lawyers. Just normal girl lawyers. We're always like this.
That's normal.
Let's find somewhere else for you to be. We're done for tonight. Yeah, I had a great time with it.
Bye.
I really liked it. Who else is out there in the world tonight? Who else is streaming? I'm gonna send you to Depths. He's playing the NES. Freaking Chesterfield. I'm not... Wait. Is there a specific reason that you're saying not to kill you in Gloop? Is there a reason you're saying this? The baby steps comment. Oh, right. I already forgot about that. It's fine. Anyways, thank you all for hanging out and watching. I had a great time with this. Sometime on the weekend, you're probably gonna see Legion Saga from me, okay? We gotta see that other ending on Legion Saga, okay? All right? But yeah, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. I will see you all later. Bye, everybody, bye.